President of Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Mr. Rani Vikramasinghe, along with the other special appointees and dignitaries, for the inauguration of Ministerial segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain upstanding for the national anthem of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much, everyone. Please be seated.
earth of our blue planet. With every heartbeat, nature weaved tales of beauty, serenity, and balance. Mankind, born of this rhythm, added its own notes to the grand symphony. Yet as we danced to our own tunes, we overlooked the faltering beats of our home. But within our essence lies the power of synchronization, to realign, to renew, to resonate. For the planet's pulse is our own, a reminder that every heartbeat matters, every action echoes. In this celestial dance, united in purpose, let us vow to tread with care. For the song of the earth is the legacy we leave for generations yet unborn. With hearts intertwined and spirits alight, we are the beacon of hope. In our hands lies the promise of tomorrow. Every choice, every gesture becomes the legacy we leave for generations to come. Let's address key Asia-Pacific environmental concerns, focusing on effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Fifth Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia-Pacific, Colombo, Sri Lanka.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the members of Dance Society of University of Moratuwa.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the members of the Dance Society of University of Bonatua with a very special performance to welcome all of you for the inauguration of the ministerial segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, the host along with the other organizers have made every possible action to make this gathering an eco-friendly one. For an example, the lanyards that you all are wearing are woven with recycled cotton yarns for additional comfort, colored using a centuries-old traditional method and using Sri Lankan herbs, mainly with Ceylon cinnamon. The buttons are made with coconut shells and your name is printed on it on a recycled paper. Ladies and gentlemen, to welcome all of you for the ministerial segment and to this amazing celebration, it gives me great pleasure to call upon, please welcome His Excellency, the Minister of Environment of Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nazir Ahmed, to welcome all of you.
His Excellency Mr. Ranil Wickramasinghe, President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, His Excellency Mr. Ali Zalagi, Vice President of Islamic Republic of Iran, Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Mirema, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director, UNEP, Honorable Ali Sabri, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Ministers and distinguished invitees, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and privilege to welcome you all at the opening of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific, here today in the beautiful city of Colombo. I am very pleased that His Excellency the President Ranil Wickremesinghe, our not only green but evergreen President, found time to attend this solemn congregation of the most eminent environmental leaders from the Asia-Pacific region, seeking bold and off-the-beaten-track solutions to save future generations from a looming ecological catastrophe. A warm welcome to you, sir. I also extend a very warm welcome to His Excellency Mr. Ali Salagi. My warmest welcome also goes out to Madam Elizabeth Meruma Merema. You have been a source of strength and encouragement for us in this quest for the restoration of the planet's severely damaged ecosystems. This forum provides a platform for governments, intergovernmental organizations, and other stakeholders to discuss and prioritize environmental issues in the Asia-Pacific region. It aims to contribute to the outcome of the 6th session of the UN Environment Assembly taking place in February 2024 in Nairobi. The forum also become all the most important with the upcoming COP28 Global Climate Change Summit, which is just 8 weeks ago. As we approach UNEA 6 and COP28, this confluence of influential stakeholders must spearhead transformative actions, leaving no nations behind. Distinguished fellow Earth citizens, you all know why we have gathered here. This is now or never. Climate will not change unless we change. Desperate time calls for desperate measures. I will give you a real life example of the urgency and efficacy of desperate measures. This is the story of American International Group Incorporation, better known as AIG. AIG would have been extinct like the dinosaurs during the financial crisis of 2008. But it was deemed too big to fail, as it serves 87% of the Fortune Global 500 and 83% of the Forbes 2000. It was feared the failure of AIG would endanger the financial integrity of the major firms that were its trading partners, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, and Merrill Lynch, as well as dozens of European banks. The Federal Reserve Bank bailed the company out for 180 billion in exchange of 80% company's equity. AIG repaid $205 billion to the United States government and regained control of the company. There are other celebrated cases for sensational and successful bailout, which I am sure we all know about. Here is my point. I hope you all will agree. The Global South, especially the small island developing states, collectively and individually, does not wish to be the Lehman Brothers of this planet. We do not have a planet B. We must all hang together, or most assuredly, we shall all hang separately. Similar to the bailout of AIG and its trading partners, Mother Nature can only be bailed out by emergency financial measures on such a sensational scale with a whole of earth approach. If I may take a wider perspective, the Global South is home to 80% of the global population and occupies 85% of the Earth's surface. How long shall we allow the cat to complain while the ox suffers? It is precisely in this context of rampant rigidity, inequities, and the powerful undercurrents to protect the status quo in the global financial system, more accurately so in climate finance as an outgrowth of a legacy system that predates the climate crisis, His Excellency the President Ranil Wickremesinghe recognized the urgency of fostering alternate mechanism to influence the decision-making of wealthy and industrialized countries to make more tangible, quicker, far-reaching relief measures to address the triple planetary crisis of climate emergency, loss of biodiversity, and pollution. Let me tell you how broken the global financial system is. Wealthy group of 7 G7 countries owe low and middle income countries $13.3 trillion in unpaid aid and funding for climate action, as revealed by a new analysis and from Oxfam released on 17 May 2023, just a couple of days before the G7 summit in Hiroshima, Japan. Despite being a climate vulnerable developing country, having the lowest per capita carbon emission rates for a lower middle income country, our government has permanently shelved all coal-based power generation projects in the pipeline that the economy so desperately needed, that could have added thousands of megawatts of low-cost electricity to the grid. This is why His Excellency President Ranil Wickremesinghe has called upon the leaders of all like-minded climate vulnerable and developing countries to close ranks and fight for climate justice as a unified coalition like an OPEC of climate justice, which His Excellency has named the Climate Justice Forum. With the increasing severity of multidimensional poverty in the developing world caused by human-induced climate crisis, the plate of the desired Climate Justice Forum is already full, such as negotiating debt cancellation and debt for nature swap, negotiating rapid access to climate finance in the form of grants coupled with debt cancellation after a catastrophic natural disaster that is attributable to climate change, negotiating grants for ecological restoration projects that do not generate revenues but contribute to achieving the goals of Paris Agreement and UNSDGs. In that context, I wish to suggest that this 5th Forum of Asia Pacific, ministers and environmental authorities consider 2 catalytic initiatives for the Global South, not just for the Asia Pacific, especially for the climate vulnerable countries. 1, Climate Justice Forum for climate vulnerable and developing states in the Global South. 2, Biosphere Reserve Bank, a new 100% climate finance and green transition focused MDB for the Global South as the institutional arm of the Climate Justice Forum. Climate Justice Forum as the collective voice of climate vulnerable nations shall seek to redress inequitable distribution of environmental burdens to vulnerable groups and economically disadvantaged population and states, from landless farmers to all types of poor and marginalized communities. They all must have access to this finance. The mission of the proposed Biosphere Reserve Bank for the Global South will be to protect and restore the biosphere for future generations by mainstreaming and integrating climate finance with conventional finance on an urgent and hyper-accelerated basis, and promoting both macro and micro scale climate-friendly investments. The proposed Biosphere Reserve Bank will empower the Global South to accelerate their transition into regenerative economies by owning and maximizing their voice and control over the trajectory, velocity, quality, quantity, and accessibility of climate finance. Sri Lanka will be happy to further justify and provide a viable game plan for the establishment of the Climate Justice Forum and the Biosphere Reserve Bank within an accelerated time frame. It is my humble opinion, out of the fierce sense of urgency, that Such out-of-the-box thinking will catalyze a quantum leap in redirecting investment flows to the climate vulnerable countries, especially the small island developing states. Sri Lanka wishes to remain engaged with all of you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in taking this initiative forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, Mr. Nazir Ahmed, the Minister of Environment in Sri Lanka. Next, ladies and gentlemen, time to move on with a very special message sent by Her Excellency Ms. Leila Ben-Ali, the President of the 6th United Nations Environment Assembly and the Minister of Energy, Transition and Sustainable Development of Morocco.
Honorable President of the Republic of Sri Lanka, Your Excellency Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an absolute privilege to address the 5th Forum of Ministers of Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific as President of the 6th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. To start, I would like to address the recent earthquake that struck our nation, the Kingdom of Morocco, just a few weeks ago, deeply affecting our country. And I would also like to extend our heartfelt solidarity to our sisters and brothers in Libya and convey my deepest condolences. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and all those who have been affected by the natural disasters. Unfortunately, natural catastrophes and extreme weather events are increasingly becoming the norm. Alongside the triple planetary crisis we are currently facing, these sad events violently remind us that even our physical environment can be a threat. We need to be a more resilient social and economic model in response to these challenges. And disasters like these highlight the urgency of our mission to mitigate the impacts, to protect our planet, and ensure its sustainability for future generations. They also serve as a stark reminder of the importance of the environmental agenda we are pursuing here at UNEP 6. I'd also like to congratulate the government of Sri Lanka for hosting the forum and for jointly organizing it with the United Nations Environment Programme in Colombo, Sri Lanka. This forum is an important platform for member states, intergovernment organizations, major groups, stakeholders, and other stakeholders to deliberate on environmental and climate change related priorities in Asia and the Pacific region, and how the multilateral system can efficiently act on the 3 interdependent actual emergencies: climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, and their interlinkages with human well-being. I look forward to the outcomes of the forum, which will be submitted to UNEP 6 to be held from 26 February to the 1st of March 2024 in Nairobi. It's also an important opportunity to review the progress of implementation of UNEP resolutions in the region and the work of the regional platforms where UNEP is the secretariat, including on how these deliver on the environmental dimension of the Sustainable Development Goals and the regional commitments to multilateral environmental agreements, MEAs. We must also take a moment to reflect on our record of achievement as a global community. Over the last year, we've had many wins, including the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, the historic agreement on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, the General Assembly resolution on the right to healthy environment, the new Water Action Agenda, and the landmark decision to create a loss and damage fund. These are all proof that environmental multilateralism is back. Regional voices have played a key role in these ongoing initiatives. We are facing new challenges. The globalized world tries to emerge from a series of multifaceted shocks, and UNEP action would need to be supported with aligned resources, including finance. As we move forward with preparation of UNEP 6 under the theme Effective, Inclusive and Sustainable Multilateral Actions to Tackle Climate Change, Biodiversity Loss and Pollution, let's forge ahead with inspiring and decisive solutions to address these global environmental challenges. Let's ensure that these efforts are guided by inclusiveness and solidarity, and no one is excluded. Let's ensure that these actions are transformative, science-based, intra- and intergenerational, so that everybody has a voice, from civil society to academia and philanthropies, indigenous people, private public sector actors, women and girls, children and youth. As we are also looking forward to the adoption of a pact for the future at the Summit of the Future in September 2024, let's also ensure that UNEP 6 delivers a strong outcome that can inform the aspirations behind this important summit, to further enhance our joint environmental commitments and re-energize multilateralism for a brighter future. It is my hope and our collective task to deliver an ambitious ministerial declaration for UNEP 6, and I'm very pleased with the progress made so far. We're off to a strong first draft, and I really want to thank you for the inputs and comments provided in writing and in person so far. The draft ministerial declaration will be revised based on your comments and suggestions, and I aim to circulate a revised first draft first version in mid-October for your consideration. Let me also acknowledge and thank the chair of the CPRs, His Excellency Mr. Firas Khouri, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Jordan to Kenya and permanent representative to UNEP, who is attending the forum in person, and express my gratitude to the members of the bureaus of the Environment Assembly and of the committee, recognizing the very good progress that they achieved at the joint retreat of the two bureaus that we held on the 6th and 7th of July in Tangiers, Morocco. The Bureau members agreed on several important issues aimed at guiding our preparation for UNEP 6 in the coming month. And I will cite just a few. They approved the draft provisional agenda and the draft annotated provisional agenda of UNEP 6. And they agreed that they will consider the new supplementary item entitled Cooperation with Multilateral Environment Agreement, MEAs, on the 28th of February 2024. The bureaus agreed with the structure for UNEP 6, including holding 3 leadership dialogues and 1 multi-stakeholder dialogue. They agreed that UNEP 6 will be held fully in person. Informal consultations on draft resolutions and decisions will be held in hybrid format. So, Excellencies, we are only 4 months away from UNEP 6. The global community will be watching us. The global community will be expecting from us. The expectations are very high for substantial and concrete outcomes, which will contribute to the effective implementation and full integration of the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. That agenda acknowledges that a healthy environment is not only a fundamental human right, but also an essential requirement and vital catalyst for sustainable development. To deliver on the SDGs, in this critical decade of action, let's consider the following key areas of transformative and urgent actions. We must urgently ensure that the interface between science, policy, and decision-making is stronger than ever. With strong governance, supported by science-based economic policies, we can lay the foundation of change needed to salvage the SDGs. Developing countries need increased access to low-interest finance to build capacity, overhaul accounting systems and policy frameworks in pursuit of the SDGs. These changes require a combination of work through global partnerships, North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation. We must strengthen the links between conservation, sustainable use of biodiversity, and public health. We must promote circularity and secure livelihoods with sustainable and resilient infrastructure in our cities. We must ensure for UNEP 6 outcomes are bold, time-bound, and ambitious to deliver on the current environmental challenges, and demonstrate that the constructive engagement in negotiations and multilateral diplomacy can deliver more than ever. I would like to note that the incoming president of the 7th session of the Environment Assembly will be from your region. I look forward to handing over the baton to the elected delegate at the closing of the 6th session in February in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you all for your time and support, and I wish you a very productive meeting, and I'm looking forward to welcoming you and seeing you again in February 2024 in Nairobi. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor in inviting Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Mrema, the United Nations Assistant Secretary General and the Deputy Executive Director, United Nations Environment Program, to make the welcoming remarks on behalf of the United Nations Environment Program.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, President of Sri Lanka, and thank you very much for inviting us all and having us and providing us this splendid venue for these deliberations. Your Excellency, Mr. Nasser Ahmed, Minister of Environment, Sri Lanka, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sri Lanka. Thanks also to Minister Leila Ben Ali, our President of the 6th UN Environment Assembly, and also Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development of Morocco for her video message. Ministers, senior officials, distinguished guests, colleagues, all protocols observed. Good morning to you, everyone. It is indeed my honor to be here representing the United Nations Environment Program. We gather here today at a precarious moment of our planet. The natural world, the very foundation of our societies and economies, is buckling under the weight of three intertwined environmental crises, and that is climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These unfolding catastrophes are getting worse by the day and jeopardizing decades of hard-won development gains. This is especially true in this region, Asia and Pacific. In just last few months, countries from India to Vanuatu have been blanketed in record heat, lashed by cyclones and flood waters. Left unchecked, this extreme weather will combine with other long percolating environmental problems like air pollution and deforestation to impact economic growth. This will sadly shatter the dreams of millions for better life. That, my dear friends, distinguished delegates, is why this forum is so important. It is an opportunity for Asia-Pacific region to speak with one voice about the most challenging environmental issues it is facing. This is vital for ensuring those concerns resonate on the global stage. So I would like to thank you for your presence here today and for all your efforts to make this earth a more sustainable place to live. I would also like to offer my sincere appreciation to the government of Sri Lanka for hosting this gathering and to the Republic of Korea for leading the last Ministerial Forum in 2021. So the next few days will be critical ones for the environmental agenda in the Asia-Pacific region. With less than 4 months remaining from the 6th session of the UN Environment Assembly, which will focus on multilateral solutions to climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. This theme builds on a call from the UN Secretary General to reinvigorate the multilateral system, which is critical to overcoming the social, economic, and environmental crises threatening life on planet. Global cooperation is also vital in making good on the promises made at the recent Sustainable Development Goals Summit in New York. There, governments, the United Nations, and other development agencies vowed to accelerate progress on the SDG, which we are all told are off track. Between now to the UN Environment Assembly 6th, we still have several milestone events that will feed into that assembly. And these include the intergovernmental negotiation process going on for the plastic pollution, the meeting of the parties to the Montreal Protocol, the Ministerial Forum on Environment for the Latin and the Caribbean, the Climate COP28, the Mercury Conference of the Parties, and the Convention on Migratory Species Conference of the Parties, all happening between this month to February next year. All of this, including this forum and the UN Environment Assembly itself, are an opportunity to showcase the power of multilateralism to deliver timely, inclusive, science-based solutions to these planet's gravest environmental threats. Because, distinguished delegates, one country or one regional bloc, no matter how big or how rich, can tackle these challenges alone, on their own. They are simply far too big and far too complex to deal with them in silos. We need every single one of the UN Environment Programme 193 member states pulling in the same direction. And if we are all going to, in the words of the UN Secretary General, need to make peace with nature. So, in the coming days, we have a lot of work ahead of us. We will review how the Asia-Pacific region is implementing a host of past UN Environment Assembly resolutions. We will discuss the draft resolutions for the upcoming 6th session of the UN Environment Assembly, and we will also further contribute to the development of the Ministerial Outcome Document for UN Environment Assembly 6, just as the President of the Assembly alluded to. But as we do this, I will only ask you to keep one thing in mind. The world needs to hear your voice. Your voice is as important as any other voice in the globe. This region is facing unique challenges and has unique perspectives. You have much to offer to the global environmental agenda. And in fact, many countries from this region, including where we are in Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Iran, Japan, Mongolia, and Samoa, have already sponsored past resolutions to UN Environment Assembly. It is therefore my hope that this region will continue to play a leading role at UN Environment Assembly, which has become a central body for identifying environmental challenges, but also identifying innovative solutions and opportunities in coordinating global responses to those issues. Considering this dry run for UN Environment Assembly 7, whose president will come from this region, Asia and Pacific. So before I close, I would like to reiterate that UN Environment Programme is your partner on the path to environmental sustainability. For 50 years plus, we have been the world's leading authority on environment, spearheading efforts to save the ozone layer, to protect endangered species, to counter climate change, to safeguard land, sea, and air from pollution. For many decades, we have worked closely with countries in Asia and Pacific and with regional blocs like the ASEAN to put environment at the heart of policymaking. I would encourage you to support that work by contributing to the UN Environment Programme 2 key financing mechanisms: namely the Environment Fund, which is our core source of funding, and our new thematic funds, which target specifically dealing with climate action, nature actions, and pollution actions. Funding from you, our member states, is crucial to ensuring that the UN Environment Programme can continue to address issues of most concerns to your countries, to your region, and to your governments. For those members that are already strong supporters of the UN Environment Programme, you have our deepest and sincere thanks. And with that, I would like to once again thank you all for your engagement, participation, and wish you a productive series of talks that will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Mrema, welcoming all of you on behalf of the United Nations Environment Programme. Next, it gives me great pleasure to call upon, in fact, we have a very special message sent by His Excellency, Honorable Sitlwani Rebecca, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji.
The Honorable President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Your Excellency, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, fellow ministers, esteemed delegates, I extend my warm greetings to the people of Sri Lanka and all distinguished attendees of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific in Colombo, Sri Lanka. On behalf of Fiji, I congratulate the government of Sri Lanka and the United Nations Environment Programme for organizing this forum. This gathering will focus on environmental and climate change priorities in the Asia-Pacific region, with outcomes to be discussed at the 6th session of the UN Environment Assembly in Nairobi next year. The Asia-Pacific region boasts incredible biodiversity, including lush tropical forests, vibrant coral reefs, temperate woodlands, and vast river basins. Unfortunately, rapid economic growth, urbanization, and agricultural expansions have led to significant biodiversity losses, with over 40% of coral reefs and 60% of mangrove forests lost. While Pacific small island nations suffer most from biodiversity losses and climate change, the region contributes substantially to greenhouse gas emissions and solid waste production. These threats jeopardize our communities, livelihoods, security, and identity, hindering sustainable development goals. Addressing the triple planetary crises is paramount, and the time to act is now. Climate change impacts all nations, and we must collaborate urgently. Global climate financing falls short, necessitating a revamp of the financial system, particularly for small island states. The Pacific region is committed to confronting climatic and environmental challenges, guided by the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Fiji, like other small island developing states, takes climate action seriously, establishing marine protected areas and adapting to climate change through practices like climate-resilient crop cultivation. Fiji is committed to multilateral environmental agreements, including the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution by 2024. We, the Pacific Island countries, face an existential threat from the growing global environmental crises. Conferences like this one offer hope that we unite to overcome our shared crisis, seeking partnerships for security, prosperity, and resource protection. I look forward to stronger cooperation with fellow ministers, urging support for multilateral environmental agreement institutions for capacity building, technology, and financial assistance. In closing, I trust that the 5th Asia-Pacific Ministerial Forum will yield concrete actions to address our regional environmental challenges. I wish the forum great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that insightful address. Next, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Ali Salagarai, the Vice President of Islamic Republic of Iran, to make the keynote address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. آقای رئیس جمهور، وزیران و عالی مقامان، خانم ها، آقایان، در ابتدا فرصت را غنیمت شمرده و مراتب قدردانی خود و دولت جمهوری اسلامی ایران را از دولت محترم سریلانکا و برنامه حفاظت محیط زیست سازمان ملل متحد در برگزاری این گردهمایی عالی منطقه آسیا و اقیانوسیه ابراز می‌دارم.
The Honorable President of the Socialist Democratic Republic of Sri Lanka, His Excellency Ranil Wickremesinghe, Honorable Ministers and high-level representatives, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, on behalf of the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the government of Sri Lanka and the United Nations Environment Program for hosting this crucial gathering in the Asia-Pacific region.
خانم ها و آقایان، چنانچه مستحضرید با توجه به جهان شمول بودن موضوع محیط زیست، همکاری و مشارکت جمعی در مقیاس منطقه‌ای و بین‌المللی شایسته توجه و پیگیری جدی است. حضور ما در اینجا فرصت بسیار ارزشمندی را برای تبادل نظر در این خصوص و همچنین به اشتراک گذاشتن تجربیاتمان جهت برداشتن گام‌های مناسب برای رفع این نگرانی‌های مشترک در اختیار می‌گذارد.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you are well aware, the universality of environmental issues highlights the importance of cooperation and collective engagement on both regional and international scales. Our presence here today offers a valuable chance to exchange perspectives and share experiences, enabling us to take appropriate measures to address these shared concerns.
حضار محترم، در همین راستا مایلم برخی از سیاست‌ها و اقدامات محیط زیستی کشورم رو برای همکاران خودم بیان نمایم.
In this context, I would like to outline some of my country's environmental policies and initiatives to my colleagues.
ایران منشأ بسیاری از ذخایر ارزشمند ژنتیکی جهان و منطقه با تنوع گونه‌های مهم گیاهی و جانوری با بیش از 2200 گونه گیاهی اندمیک و زیستگاه‌های بی‌نظیر از جمله زاگرس و جنگل‌های هیرکانی میباشد. در این راستا برنامه‌های اقدام ملی متعددی برای حفظ تنوع زیستی از جمله افزایش مناطق حفاظت شده و تکثیر در اسارت و غیره به عمل آورده است.
Iran possesses numerous valuable genetic resources and boasts a diverse array of vital plants and animal species, including over 2,200 endemic plant species and unique habitats like the Zagros and Hyrcanian forest. To preserve this biodiversity, Iran has implemented various national action plans, including the expansion of protected areas and captive breeding efforts.
ایران با داشتن بیشترین مرزهای دریایی در خلیج فارس و دریای عمان و دریای خزر با عضویت در 2 کنوانسیون منطقه‌ای حفاظت از محیط زیست دریایی، کنوانسیون‌های کویت و تهران، تلاش نموده با تدوین برنامه عمل پایش مداوم زیست بوم‌های دریایی، حفاظت و احیای زیستگاه‌های حساس ساحلی، سازگاری با پدیده تغییر اقلیم در مناطق خشکی و ساحلی و مقابله با آلودگی‌های پلاستیکی، گام‌های بلندی در بهبود وضعیت اکوسیستم و تنوع زیستی دریایی بردارد.
With the largest marine boundaries in the Persian Gulf, Sea of Oman, and Caspian Sea, Iran is a member of 2 regional conventions for the protection of marine environments, Kuwait and Tehran conventions. We've been actively involved in developing action plans for continuous monitoring of marine ecosystems, safeguarding and restoring sensitive coastal habitats, adapting to climate change impacts on both land and coastal areas, and addressing the issue of plastic pollution. These efforts aim to improve the overall state of ecosystems and marine biodiversity.
تغییرات اقلیم و به تبع اون پدیده‌های جوی یکی از مهمترین موضوعات پیش روی ماست. یکی از تبعات این تغییرات بروز خشکسالی‌ها و پدیده طوفان‌های گرد و غبار است که دامنه و شدت آن در حال گسترش بوده و گریبانگیر بسیاری از کشورها از جمله کشورهای غرب آسیا و خاورمیانه شده و خواهد شد.
Climate change and its resulting extreme events such as droughts and dust storms represent significant challenges. The phenomenon of dust storms, which is expanding in scope and intensity and affecting many countries, particularly those in West Asia and the Middle East, prompted Iran to host an international conference on addressing dust storms.
در این راستا کنفرانس بین‌المللی مقابله با طوفان‌های گرد و غبار در راستای اجرای قطعنامه شماره 171 مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل متحد در 9 و 10 سپتامبر در تهران توسط جمهوری اسلامی ایران با همکاری سازمان ملل متحد و با حضور مقامات حدود 50 هیئت دولتی و 20 آژانس بین‌المللی برگزار شد.
This conference held in Tehran with the cooperation of the United Nations and the participation of representatives from around 50 government bodies and 20 international agencies culminated in the approval of a final statement promoting regional and international collaboration to address these emerging challenges.
بیانیه نهایی کنفرانس بین‌المللی مقابله با طوفان‌های گرد و غبار با رویکرد هم‌افزایی منطقه‌ای و بین‌المللی با هدف مقابله با این پدیده نوظهور مورد تصویب قرار گرفت که می‌تواند یک گام مهم و مبنای همکاری مشترک دولت‌ها و سازمان‌های بین‌المللی برای اقدامات عملیاتی در آینده نزدیک باشد.
It is fitting for the Asia-Pacific region to expand its cooperation beyond regional borders, involving not only countries within the region, but also those under the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia and Northern and East African nations. The United Nations Environment Programme plays a pivotal role in fostering this collaboration, and we recommend that the said program organize joint meetings involving experts from both regions to facilitate constructive interaction.
در این راستا همچنین شایسته است منطقه آسیا و پاسیفیک همکاری در زمینه مقابله با این چالش جدی را محدود به کشورهای منطقه نکرده و با مناطق پیرامونی به ویژه کشورهای تحت پوشش کمیسیون اقتصادی و اجتماعی ملل متحد برای غرب آسیا و همچنین کشورهای حوزه شمال و شرق آفریقا نیز تعامل و همکاری مؤثر و سازنده‌ای را در پیش گیرد. قطعاً نقش برنامه محیط زیست ملل متحد یونپ در برقراری این تعامل و همکاری بسیار مهم است و پیشنهاد می‌کنیم اون برنامه نشست‌های مشترکی را برای این منظور با مشارکت کارشناسان 2 منطقه برنامه‌ریزی و اجرا نماید. در راستای مردمی سازی امور محیط زیستی سازمان محیط زیست جمهوری اسلامی ایران سازمان‌های اجتماع محور با عنوان خانه‌های محیط زیست را راه اندازی نموده است. خانه محیط زیست مکانی است برای پیگیری تحقق شعار محیط زیست مردم پایه، هوشمند و فناورانه که می‌تواند موجبات حضور آگاهانه، داوطلبانه و مؤثر مردم در عرصه محیط زیست را فراهم نموده و به ایجاد زمینه مدیریت محلی در حفاظت و بهزیستی محیط زیست کمک نماید.
To raise popular awareness of environmental issues, the Environmental Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran has launched community-oriented initiatives known as environmental houses. These institutions aim to realize the slogan, "People's environment is the foundation, is smart and technological." They serve as platforms for the conscious, voluntary, and effective involvement of the public in environmental matters, fostering local management of environmental protection and enhancement.
خانم‌ها و آقایان، حضار محترم، اعمال تحریم‌های یکجانبه، ناعادلانه و نامشروع مختلف اقتصادی علیه کشور جمهوری اسلامی ایران در سالیان اخیر آثار متعددی را از حیث تخریب محیط زیست و کاهش سطح توسعه پایدار در پی داشته و توانایی کشورم در زمینه اجرای برنامه‌های اقدام ملی برای مقابله با چالش‌های مهمی که در عرصه حفاظت از تنوع زیستی، مدیریت اراضی و منابع آبی، سازگاری با تغییرات اقلیمی و کاهش انتشار گازهای گلخانه‌ای را به شکل قابل توجهی تحت تاثیر قرار داده است.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, the imposition of various unjust and illegitimate unilateral economic sanctions against Iran in recent years has had significant adverse effects, including environmental degradation and a decline in sustainable development. These sanctions have severely hampered our ability to implement national action plans addressing critical challenges related to biodiversity conservation, land and water resource management, climate change adaptation, and greenhouse gas emission reduction.
وارد کردن موضوعات سیاسی در فعالیت‌های محیط زیستی آسیب جدی به اقدامات مشترک در حفظ محیط زیست خواهد زد. لذا مسئولیت همگی ماست تا اقدامات سیاسی و یک جانبه را محکوم کنیم و زمینه مشارکت هرچه بیشتر میان کشورها را فراهم نماییم.
The injection of political issues into environmental activities undermines collective efforts to protect the environment. Therefore, it is incumbent upon all of us to denounce political and unilateral actions, fostering an environment conducive to greater international cooperation among nations.
عالی جنابان، مستحضرید بحران‌های تغییر اقلیمی، کاهش تنوع زیستی و آلودگی‌های محیط زیستی در دستور کار ششمین نشست مجمع عالی محیط زیست برنامه ملل محیط زیست سازمان ملل متحد قرار گرفته است که تهدید جدی برای توسعه پایدار و تأثیرات شگرفی بر انسان و محیط زیست و سلامت آن دارد.
Let us remember that the crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental pollution have been highlighted at the meeting of the UNEP. These issues pose a significant threat to sustainable development and have profound impacts on human health and the environment.
ضمن تأکید بر اولویت‌های دستور کار ششم نشست مجمع عالی محیط زیست برنامه محیط زیست سازمان ملل متحد یونیای 6 ضروری است از جامعه جهانی متشکل از دولت‌ها، سازمان‌های بین‌المللی و سایر ذی‌نفعان با توجه به اصل مسئولیت مشترک اما متفاوت برای همکاری، هم‌افزایی و سرمایه‌گذاری مشترک فنی، انتقال فناوری و مالی در تقویت و بهبود اقدامات ملی، منطقه‌ای و بین‌المللی برای حفاظت از محیط زیست فارغ از جهتگیری‌های سیاسی به عنوان میراث مشترک دعوت نمایم و در راستای مسئولیت تاریخی کشورهای توسعه یافته نگرانی‌های کشورهای در حال توسعه را در زمینه کمک‌های مالی و فنی بین‌المللی و انتقال فناوری ابراز نمایم
In highlighting the key focuses of the 6th United Nations Environment Programme meeting, I believe it is essential to underscore the principle of the shared but varied responsibility within the global community, encompassing governments, international organizations, and various stakeholders. This principle underscores the need for collaborative efforts, synergy, and collective investments in technology and finance, all aimed at enhancing and fortifying environmental protection measures at national, regional, and international levels. This is vital to safeguard our shared environmental heritage, irrespective of political affiliations. Regardless of political orientations, I urge developed countries, in line with their historical responsibility, to address the concerns of developing nations by providing international financial and technological and technical assistance and facilitating technology transfers. I firmly believe that through cooperation, many challenges and issues can be successfully overcome.
در پایان چون محیط زیست مشترک سرنوشت محتوم همه ماست، امیدوارم با قرار گرفتن در کنار هم و استفاده از ظرفیت‌های دانشپایه، فناوری و منابع مالی بتوانیم آینده‌ای سالم و تمیز را به فرزندانمان هدیه نماییم و در این راستا مجامع بین‌المللی به ویژه سازمان ملل متحد و صندوق‌ها و آژانس‌های وابسته به آن فارغ از مسائل سیاسی بیش از پیش به کشورهای در حال توسعه در این زمینه کمک نمایند.
To sum up, since our shared environment is inescapable destiny of us all, I hope that by standing united and leveraging our knowledge, technology, and financial resources, we can offer a healthy and clean future to our children. In this endeavor, international forums, particularly the United Nations and its affiliated funds and agencies, should extend greater support to developing countries in this field, free from political considerations.
موفقیت و بهروزی را برای جامعه جهانی محیط زیست آرزومندم. از توجه حضار محترم سپاسگزارم.
I wish success and well-being for the global environmental community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President of Islamic Republic of Iran, making the keynote address. And now it's time to invite a very special statement from the representative of Major Group for Children and Youth, Ariva Mary Clark, who attended the Asia-Pacific Youth Environment Forum held prior to the high-level segment from the 1st to the 2nd of October this year.
Salofalava, Honorable President of Sri Lanka, Excellencies, distinguished delegates from member states and major groups and stakeholders. No child born today gets to breathe clean air, drink water that is pure, eat food that is not contaminated. In the 21st century, it is disheartening that this statement remains a reality. I am Aniva Clark. I'm 17 years old and I'm from Samoa in the Pacific Islands. Speaking on behalf of the Children and Youth Major Group, the official and mandated youth constituency to UNEP. First and foremost, our profound gratitude goes to the government of Sri Lanka, the UNEP Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, the UN Country Team Sri Lanka, and all other contributors. Your combined efforts provided a vibrant platform at the Asia-Pacific Youth Environment Forum in Colombo for meaningful dialogue, capacity building, and shared insight. Asia-Pacific children and youth play a dual role, inheriting the world's most populated and diverse region while actively addressing major environmental issues such as Southeast Asia's deforestation, South Asia's air pollution, and the rising sea levels threatening the Pacific Islands. We urge member states to prioritize climate resilience, especially for coastal nations at risk from rising sea levels. Additionally, it's crucial to develop a comprehensive, legally binding solution to tackle plastic pollution, considering its full life cycle, human rights, and holding polluters accountable. Let us recognize the importance of inclusive and accessible processes. We emphasize inclusive processes for regional bodies and conferences to be accessible for all, including marginalized communities, people with disabilities, and religious and ethnic minorities, highlighting the significance of intergenerational equity, stressing the need for mutual respect and collaboration to uphold this principle. We are calling for cooperation in managing chemicals and waste soundly, prioritizing gender equality, and promoting digital transformations for environmental sustainability. We are alarmed by the targeting of environmental and human rights advocates and demand an immediate cessation. The future of our planet hinges on protecting these advocates and ensuring access to information, justice, and participation rights at the national level. We advocate for the enhanced involvement of children and youth in key decision-making processes and call for equitable funding mechanisms to support children and youth-led environmental initiatives. We call upon member states to sponsor a resolution emphasizing the protection of children's rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and empowering children and youth in environmental decision-making. This resolution should aim to ensure a sustainable future for all generations and define the pivotal role of children and youth in environmental multilateralism. Furthermore, we urge member states to act upon the Asia-Pacific Youth Environment Manifesto 2023, recognizing its significance in guiding our collective efforts towards a greener and more sustainable future. In conclusion, Asia-Pacic's children and youth pledge their unwavering commitment to be catalysts for a sustainable future. We urge governments, international organizations, and stakeholders to heed their voices, integrate their perspectives, and collaborate with the Children and Youth Major Group to build a resilient and thriving planet for both present and future generations. Ia whaawhitaite le lava mo soifua.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The representative of the Major Group for Children and Youth, Ms. Aniva Clark, making the statement. With that note, ladies and gentlemen, it gives us great pleasure to call upon our chief guest to grace in this occasion. Please welcome His Excellency, the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe, to address all of you.
His Excellency Ali Sajeh, Vice President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ms. Elizabeth Marema, UN Assistant Secretary General, Deputy Executive Director of UNEP, Ms. Eva Clark, representing the youth, all ministers and heads of delegation attending the forum. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I join our Minister of Environment in welcoming you to Sri Lanka. Humanity is facing an existential threat. The interlinked and cascading effects of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, the triple planetary crisis, are demanding a heavy toll on individuals, communities, and threatening life on our planet. We are putting extreme pressure on the planet. The triple planetary crisis is already exceeding the planetary boundaries. The world has already lost 8% of known animal species and 22% are at risk of extinction due to the destruction of their natural habitats and the introduction of invasive species. We are now losing biodiversity up to 10,000 times faster than it was disappearing 100 years ago. Declines in nature and biodiversity at current trajectory will undermine the progress towards 35 out of 44 targets of the SDG related to poverty, hunger, health, weather, cities, climates, oceans, and land. In terms of change, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change estimates that global warming is likely to reach 1.5% centigrade between 2030 and 2052. The other day, I read a blog by a young scientist, a member of the Union of Concerned Scientists. Her name is Sanjali De Silva. This is what she said. People of Sri Lanka feel the impact of climate change every day. Those effects are overwhelmingly caused by the self-serving command and irresponsible action of the fossil fuel industry and the nations unwilling to do their part to stop the climate paradise. My people of Sri Lanka and my family deserves better. I agree wholeheartedly with her. Sri Lanka, her country and mine, has constantly been placed among the top risk of extreme weather events by the Climate Risk Index annually released by German Watch. Although Sri Lanka's emissions are globally negligible, amounting to merely 0.03%, we in our ambitious NDCs have set targets for 2030 to achieve a 14.5 reduction of GHG emissions, a 70% electricity generation through renewable sources, 32% of forest cover, weaning of coal power by 2042, and reaching net zero by 2050. The Climate Prosperity Plan of Sri Lanka, launched at COP27, aims at rapid augmentation of nature-based solutions, including renewable energy. The Net Zero 2050 roadmap for Sri Lanka will be launched at COP28. Sri Lanka is in the process of renewing National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan 2016 to 22 to achieve the objectives of the Kunming-Montreal Global Diversity Framework. Since Sri Lanka is one of the 36 global biodiversity hotspots, I have instructed the Ministry of Environment to formulate a national policy on living entities to conserve pristine ecosystem. Sri Lanka has formulated the national policy on waste management covering 9 categories of general and hazardous waste. The national policy on chemical management was formulated to streamline chemical management in the country. Sri Lanka formulated the national policy on sustainable consumption and production in 2019. The green procurement policy and the green labeling framework will come into effect this year. My government will enact a new Climate Change Act and a National Environment Act to address the triple planetary crisis in the context of new knowledge and practices. We are starting our transition to a green economy. But there is a cost. The Climate Prosperity Plan, which spans from 2023 to 2042, will require $26.5 billion US. The implementation of Net Zero 2050 roadmap will require over $100 billion US. The list is not over. Where are we going to source these resources from? We cannot source all this money from within our country. The problem is not confined to Sri Lanka. Developing countries require financing up to US dollars 5.9 trillion to fulfill their NDCs up to 2030. A further US dollars 4 trillion is required per annum for clean energy technology to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. At COP27, there was an agreement to provide the loss and damage funding for vulnerable countries hit by climate disaster. The Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan, a transitional committee was established. The meetings of the committee and the discussions at the recent sessions of the UN during the UN General Assembly have not resolved key questions. Who will contribute? Is it the developed nations? EU, UK, Norway, among others, say all countries are liable to pay. B, the question of criteria. Who will receive the funds? C, where to house the fund? At the World Bank or UNFCCC? D, where do you find the money for the fund? Is it rechanneling existing funds or new additional funds? Delegates, these discussions are getting nowhere. And it's unlikely that these issues will be resolved by the time of COP28. The ability of global leaders to cooperate and provide a coordinated response to existential challenges such as climate change is missing in a scenario dominated by great power rivalries, geopolitical interests, and in many cases domestic policy. For instance, it is not feasible to expect robust leadership of the United States in the global fight against climate change next year. The US will be caught up in an acrimonious election year and must first overcome domestic debates between climate deniers and those who are serious about addressing the issue. Ukraine war will tie down Europe. The Indo-Pacific will witness further escalation of tension. Numerous global fora have attempted to address the issue of climate change. The Bridgetown Initiative, Paris Pact for People and Planet, and numerous initiatives by the UN Secretary General. The issues and potential solutions have been well articulated at these events. What is missing is the money on the table, leadership, and action. Therefore, we in Asia Pacific and others in the global south will need to galvanize alternative leadership mechanism. What is crucial is that geopolitics and great power rivalries take a second place when it comes to addressing climate issues such as climate change and global environment degradation. We need a climate justice forum to ensure that the countries least responsible for climate change do not bear a disproportionate share of the loss. We need to raise our collective voice and say, let's get done with this. While the debate on loss and damage fund continues, we should insist on the following. The money on the table is negligible, but let's at least start with the 100 billion SDR initiative available to the IMF and convert that into actions and positive outcomes. The developed economies should be held accountable for meeting their net zero targets at least by 2040. If they fail to stay in line with these targets, such countries should be required to compensate the rest of the world. These funds can help with the financing requirements for climate mitigation, adaptation, and climate prosperity of developing nations. The global ambitions regarding finance or combating climate change have so far been woefully inadequate. It is also not just public funds that can resolve the magnitude of the issue at hand. The Bridgetown Initiative has clearly articulated the need for using the balance sheets of the NDBs to provide guarantees and leverage private funds to be channeled towards addressing climate change issues in developing nations. Additional volumes of concessionary financing at scale through the MDB is also a crucial requirement. Climate-related investments provide long-term returns which cannot be financed by fragmented, short-term, high-cost private financing. The prevailing situation where global monetary tightening is pushing up market-linked lending rates of MDBs and the IMF is also an opportune moment to consider options of capping such rates or other means to avoid further fiscal burdens on borrowing nations. All three initiatives above would have been on the agenda in a serious manner long time ago, had there been a greater voice of developing nations and the global south in the decision-making authorities of these global financial institutions. We must also press ahead with Kenya's call for debt relief for the low-income countries. Parallel to these settings, we must finalize the loss and damage fund. In my view, all developed countries must contribute to the fund. We must also call for voluntary contributions by the developing countries, especially those exceeding the 2050 target. The Vanuatu resolution has taken the issue of climate change before the International Court of Justice. This is the start of a process of recognizing climate justice as a human right. It is the core of the right to life. All other rights flow from the right to life. Countries unwilling to do their part to stop the climate crisis are guilty of committing genocide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those words of utmost inspiration. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to wrap up the formalities. We'd like to express our extreme gratitude. His Excellency, the President of Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Mr. Ranil Wickremesinghe. His Excellency, Mr. Ali Salagara, the Vice President of Islamic Republic of Iran. Prime Minister of Fiji, who sent us a very special message. His Excellency, Mr. Nazir Ahmed, the Minister of Environment, Sri Lanka. Her Excellency, Ms. Leila Ben-Ali, the President of the 6th United Nations Environment Assembly and the Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development of Morocco, for sending us the message. Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Mrema, the United Nations Assistant Secretary General and the Deputy Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme. As we conclude the formalities, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for a very special official group photograph. Now the stage is getting set for the group photograph. As you can see, this is the guide for the group photograph. Would like to request all the heads of the delegates to assemble as per the guide given on the main video wall to find your respective seating of the players in the main official photograph. Can we have the heads of the delegates being guided by all the liaison officers to the main stage as we are ready to take the main group photograph, marking the inauguration of the ministerial segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Can we have the heads of delegates walking up to the stage, please? Right, thank you very much. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we wrap up the formalities here at this inauguration of the ministerial segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. Would like to keep all of you reminded that there will be 2 side events taking place during the lunch break. That is from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. The side event 1 will be at Lotus Hall A, which is downstairs, on the theme Together for Clean Air, Strengthening the Multilateral Action to Address Air Pollution in Asia Pacific. And the side event 2, once again, from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. at the Hall B, on the theme Accelerating the Implementation of the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Accelerating the implementation of the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So make sure that you all take part at the 2 side events, which will take place during the lunch break, that is from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone.
Sally daripada UK tapi dia base di Subindra. WHO country office, environmental Malaysian ambassador. Atau Madi kan? Oh, come.
Just distance.
Life.
Lighted.
check. Check. Please. Test.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you all to please take your seats for the next session. May I also request everyone to turn off their phones or set them to silent mode during the meeting to avoid any disruption in the proceedings. Meeting links are all available in the website for these proceedings for the online participation as well. So, His Excellency Mr. Lin Sang-jun, Vice Minister of Environment, Republic of Korea, and Chair Representative of the 4th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific, is the presiding chair for the election of the new bureau. So I will request Excellency Vice Minister to kindly take the floor.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests. Excellencies, how is it? Fine? Okay, I'll start again. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is my great honor to chair the ministerial segment of 5th Forum of Ministers and Environmental Authorities in Asia and Pacific, here in beautiful city of Colombo. First, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of Sri Lanka for hosting this year's forum. And I must also thank the UNEP Regional Office for organizing this meeting. The Republic of Korea attaches great importance to this Asia-Pacific Forum. 2 years ago, Korea hosted 4th Forum as a chair. Because of global pandemic, the 4th AP Forum was arranged as a hybrid meeting. Many member countries attended virtually. This year, thanks God, pandemic has been winding down, so we can gather here to discuss humanity's greatest challenge. Excellencies, the theme of this forum, as well as of UNEP 6, is sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity, and pollution in Asia and the Pacific. Mother Nature has sounded alarm long ago, asking mankind to wake up and to do things differently. We all have witnessed that our planet suffered unprecedented flood, drought, heat waves, and wildfires, and so on. The climate disasters are now everywhere, common and intense. In some situations, they are approaching the worst-case scenarios. Secretary General of the United Nations once mentioned no region is immune. However, our region, Asia and the Pacific, is affected the hardest by climate change, causing tremendous loss and damage. Air pollution is also an imminent threat to humanity and the environment. According to the UNEP report, 4 million people died prematurely by being exposed to air pollution every year in Asia. Let me give you a few more numbers from researchers. 92% of world population lives in the place where air pollution exceeds safe limits. Air pollution causes life expectancy by average 1.8 years per person. In some part of some country, could live 11 years less. 94% of deaths from air pollution are in low and middle income countries. Same in many disasters, the most vulnerable of our community are worst affected by the climate change and air pollution. So we have duty to speed up our efforts, not just word, but into action. Marine plastic pollution is another threat, not just to the humanity, but also to our friend species sharing this planet. Since 1960s, We have searched the galaxy far and wide, looking for possible new home in the universe. And every part of the universe we explore make one thing clear: Earth is like nothing else. We humans are part of the nature, just like every other species. But humanity is 75% responsible for altering ecosystem. 1 million species are heading toward extinction as direct result of human activities. Average wildlife population dropped by 70% since 1970s. We have already lost half of the world coral and are losing forest areas the size of 27 football fields every minute. Ladies and gentlemen, nature is one of the biggest allies against climate change, as biodiversity builds resilience to impact. I strongly agree that the biodiversity is nature's insurance for mankind. Although challenges are great, we have plenty of opportunities. We have passion, dedication, and solidarity. This forum should be a good platform to identify the needs, define the priorities, and find the solution together. No country is just a passenger or free riders of our journey. ASEAN Pacific countries represent a variety of economic scales and development stages. So, industrialized countries are coming first to develop and adopt measures. Such experience, technologies, and know-how need to be fully shared with developing countries so that the latecomers avoid the same mistake from the beginning. No country should be left behind. Excellencies, it was an honor for the Republic of Korea to serve as the chair of the fourth forum. Korea will remain firmly committed to working with ASEAN Pacific friends. Let me finish by quoting a sentence I love from the novel great Stoneface. Time flies over us, but it leaves its shadow behind. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make today's shadow strong for our children and their children who will inherit this beautiful planet. Thank you. Now, allow me to continue the proceeding, election of officers. The Bureau will comprise of chair and 2 vice chairs. May I now open the floor for any nominations for the position of chair and 2 vice chairs. Okay, I recognize the delegates from Fiji.
Honorable Chairperson, I have the honor to propose the election of the following distinguished representatives for the Bureau of the Ministerial segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of the Pacific. Chair, His Excellency, Mr. Nazir Ahmad, Minister of Environment of Sri Lanka. Vice Chair, His Excellency, Mr. Stephen Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, and the Environment of Palau. Vice Chair, His Excellency, Mr. Birendra Prasad Mahato, Ministry of Forest and Environment of Nepal. I'm sure that the distinguished delegates which I have proposed will discharge their duties efficiently for the successful deliberations of the ministerial segment.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates from Fiji has nominated Excellency Nasir Ahmed as chair and Excellency Mr. Stephen Victor from Palau and His Excellency Mr. Virendra Prasad Mahato from Nepal. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Are there any delegation wishes second nomination? Okay. Delegates from Bangladesh.
Yeah. Honorable Chairperson, I shall second the proposal of Fiji for the following. Chair, His Excellency Mr. Nasir Ahmed, Minister of Environment of Sri Lanka. Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Stephen Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment of Palau. Vice Chairman, His Excellency Mr. Virendra Prasad Mahato, Ministry of Forest and Environment of Nepal. I'd like to extend best wishes to elect Bureau members for the successful deliberation of the ministerial segments. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from Bangladesh. Are there any other nominations for the Bureau? I hear none. So I have the pleasure to formally announce that Bureau of Ministerial segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authority of Asia Pacific is composed of following. Chair, His Excellency Mr. Nasser Ahmed, Minister of Environment of Sri Lanka. Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Stephen Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and the Environment of Palau. Vice Chair, His Excellency Mr. Virendra Prasad Mahato, Minister of Forest and Environment of Nepal. Okay. It is my privilege to congratulate the elected members of Bureau for the ministerial segment of Forum. I wish them all the best in their important work ahead. So may I now invite His Excellency Nasir Ahmed come to the rostrum, take your place. Oh. And 2 vice chairs, you can all come to the rostrum. Thank you. Thank you for electing me as chair of the Bureau. It will be my honor to serve the ministerial segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific as chair of the Bureau. Please join me in congratulating the vice chairs of the Bureau for their election. His Excellency Mr. Stephen Victor, Minister from Palau. His Excellency Mr. Virendra Prasad Mahato, Minister from Nepal.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege for me to serve as the chair of this important 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. For myself and on behalf of the other members of the Bureau, I wish to express our appreciation to the distinguished representatives for the confidence you have placed in us. We have a challenging agenda ahead of us. As the chair of this forum, I shall do my best to ensure that this meeting achieves its objective and produces meaningful outcomes for our future work together. In this connection, I would like to rely on the spirit of cooperation and involvement of all distinguished delegates and the able support of the members of the Bureau. I also wish to thank the Secretariat for its support to organize this forum, and I am sure we can count on its continued good work. Before moving to adoption of the agenda, I would like to mention that the forum is being organized in person as well as virtually for online participation. I would welcome your active participation and that of your delegation both in person and virtually. I understand that Secretariat has already shared information on participation both in person and online. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let us now take up agenda item, adoption of the agenda as presented to you in document UNEP/AP ENV Forum (5/L1). Before I present the agenda of endorsement, I would like to recall that the geographical coverage of the United Nations Environment Programme Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific includes 41 member states. 49. Afghanistan, Australia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Brunei, Darussalam, Cambodia, China, Cook Islands, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Fiji, India, Indonesia, Iran, Islamic Republic of Japan, Kiribati, Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Maldives, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, Federated State of Mongolia, Myanmar, Nauru, Nepal, New Zealand, New Pakistan, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Samoa, Singapore, Solomon Islands, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and Vietnam. I now open the floor for any comments. Unless I see the delegates have any comments, it is so decided. Are there any comments on this document, please? On the agenda? Okay. Yeah. So I assume that there is no comment from the floor? Okay. So, okay. That looks heavy. Thank you. I take it that the agenda is contained in the document UNEP/AP ENV Forum 4/L1 is adopted. With the proposed amendments as indicated by the distinguished delegates from, no, it's not there, no amendments. Sorry, there is no amendments. Distinguished delegates, Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your cooperation in adopting the agenda of the Fourth Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. We will now move to the agenda item 6. Oh, right, okay. So, thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, agenda item 6, Ministerial Dialogue on Sustainable Multilateral Actions to Tackle Climate Change, Biodiversity Loss and Pollution in Asia Pacific. Kindly note the documentation background document UNEP/AP ENV Forum 5(2). It is also available in the website. The three planetary environmental crises of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are interrelated and often transboundary in nature and highlights the urgent need for collective, global, and regional actions to mitigate climate change, halt biodiversity loss, and reduce environmental pollution to ensure the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Regional multilateral actions are the bridge between global aspirational targets such as the SDGs, Paris Agreement, and Convening Montreal Framework, and operational targets in the national policies and strategies. In this context, science-based decision-making for regional multilateral action should be focused on knowledge sharing, capacity building, and science-harnessed national policies and regional multilateral cooperative programs and actions. Further strengthening the linkages between global and regional environmental governance mechanism, including through, for example, relevant UN Environment Assembly resolutions and multilateral environmental agreement, priorities being considered more systematically by regional, intergovernmental, and thematic forums and processes. The ministers, heads of delegation, and other high-level representatives will have an opportunity to share perspectives on well-coordinated global and regional mechanism and effective actions to achieve various MEA targets, including SDG targets, related to climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution in Asia and the Pacific. Ministers and other high-level representatives are also invited to share successes, best practices, and suggest concrete actions towards achieving sustainable multilateral actions at national, sub-regional, and regional levels. I shall call upon Secretariat for the introductory video.
Life, so rare. We only know of its existence in one place in the universe. Our blue planet. Our shared home. Every corner filled with an incredible diversity of species. However, our actions are devastating the natural world that sustains us. 1 million species now face extinction, and the global loss of natural areas poses a grave threat to clean air, drinking water, and our health. It is also one of the greatest systemic risks to our economies. But there is still time to act, and we have a path forward. In December 2022, the world came together and adopted a historic new global biodiversity agreement. In it, countries committed to ambitious actions to reverse biodiversity loss by the end of the decade, including to conserve at least 30% of land, inland waters, and ocean, to halt species loss, and to tackle unsustainable production and consumption. To invest in our rivers, ocean, savannas, and forests, working together with indigenous peoples and local communities. Recent landmark agreements to manage biodiversity in the high seas, regulate fishery subsidies, and tackle plastic pollution can also help accelerate progress. But without action, plans are just that. Plans. To halt and reverse biodiversity loss and secure a nature-positive world by 2030, it is going to take urgent and concerted action by all of our governments. We have less than 7 years to turn the tide on biodiversity loss. And in the process, help tackle the climate emergency and secure sustainable development for all. It has to start now. With us. Every government, every business, every city, every community, everyone, all in.
I would like to thank the Secretariat for the introductory video. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now I shall call on distinguished delegates to deliver their statements. I understand that based on your communications, the Secretariat has prepared the list of interested speakers for the agenda item 6. I have noted that speakers will deliver statements in person and pre-recorded message. First, I shall call on distinguished speakers from the list. I will remind speakers to deliver your statement within 3 minutes due to time constraint. I will also request soft copies of the statements to be shared with the Secretariat to upload at the forum website. So, first, I will call upon Australia to deliver their statement.
Thank you, Chair. As Australia's Minister for the Environment and Water, it is my honour to share this message with you. And I apologise that I can't be there in person. Thank you so much to Sri Lanka and the United Nations Environment Programme for organising this forum. Right across the Pacific, we are all facing the same challenges: climate change, marine plastics, biodiversity loss, pollution of all kinds. And we're all charting a path towards the same destination, a more sustainable relationship with nature for the sake of our children and grandchildren. As a region, this will be easier if we walk together, acting on climate change and meeting our net zero targets. Australia is committed to taking that journey at home, growing renewables to 82% of our electricity grid by 2030, and we are committed to helping our neighbours drive their own transition. We share a vision at this forum of a world that's net zero and also nature positive. Many of us were there in Montreal last year when the world came together to make an historic agreement to preserve nature, a commitment to protect 30% of our land and 30% of our seas by 2030, to restore damaged environments, to defend our threatened species. Australia is making good on those promises. I recently added an area the size of Germany to the highly protected waters around Macquarie Island, where penguins and seals and seabirds go to breed. And we're also expanding our Indigenous Protected Area program, where Indigenous Australians look after their traditional land and sea country. Last week, I approved another of these IPAs, adding 800,000 hectares to our national estate. I was also thrilled to see the United Nations High Seas Biodiversity Treaty finally secured this year, after decades of preparation and advocacy. Our Foreign Minister signed on behalf of Australia in New York last week. I look forward to working with you all to implement this new treaty, including by supporting new high seas marine protected areas in our region. And I also want to work with you as we reduce the impacts that plastics are having on our shared ocean. That means a strong global plastics treaty with clear standards and rules. In October 2024, next year, I'm hosting a Global Nature Positive Summit in Sydney. My goal is to bring the best environmental minds to our region from every continent on Earth, to share our expertise and to spread new ideas, particularly on how we bring the public and private sectors together to invest in nature. So I warmly welcome you all to Sydney next year, and I would very much value your advice on how we can make sure this summit speaks to your priorities. Thank you once again for the opportunity to join you today. I wish you a successful forum, and I hope to see you in Nairobi next year.
Then I'll call upon next country, Bangladesh, to deliver this.
Assalamu alaikum. His Excellency, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Government of Bangladesh, I appreciate the Government of Sri Lanka for hosting the meeting and the warm hospitality. We also express our sincere thanks and gratitude to UNEP for arranging this meeting. Bangladesh is one of the pioneer countries that enacted Bangladesh Biological Diversity Act in 2017 to address the conservation and sustainable use of the biodiversity. Besides wildlife conservation and Security Act 2012 was promulgated to scale up the conservation of wildlife, protected areas, and marine biodiversity. Bangladesh, being a biodiverse country, emphasized the effective implementation of the ambitious Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework through resource mobilization, technology transfer, and capacity building. Excellencies, Bangladesh is recognized as the 7th most climate vulnerable country in the world. However, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh emerged as a global frontrunner in addressing the risks posed by climate change. Our efforts have achieved international recognition and appreciation. We have demonstrated our dedication by submitting our ambitious updates national determined contribution in 2021 contribute to global emission reduction targets. In our relentless pursuit of climate resilience, we formulated and submitted the National Adaptation Plan 2023 to 2050 in 2022. For implementing the NAP, Bangladesh will require $230 billion as additional and new finance from 2023 to 2050, which is about $8.5 billion annually. This is a huge financial requirement for which adequate funding support is not coming from the international community. Also, Bangladesh takes great pride in presiding the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan 2022 to 2041. This transformative plan embodies the vision to achieve climate resilience and prosperity through innovative and sustainable approaches. Excellencies, sound management of chemicals and waste is crucial for the protection of human health and the environment. However, the poor management of chemicals and waste products led to increased pollution of land, water, and air. Excellencies, as a developing country, Bangladesh does not have sufficient technical capacity or financial resource to combat climate change, halt biodiversity loss, and reduce environment pollution. Unfortunately, impact of these three planetary environmental crises on vulnerable populations are disproportionate. We urge upon the international community and particularly the developed world to live up to their commitment to assist the climate vulnerable and developing countries to address the three planetary environmental crises. We emphasize the establishment of platforms for information exchange, technical and financial assistance, along with technology transfer, capacity building to empower developing nations. Excellencies, let us share inclusive and sustainable multilateral actions, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are interconnected challenges that require holistic engagements. Let us commit to effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral action that will not only address climate change but also protect our precious biodiversity and combat pollution. We must work together, work hand in hand, and support those also need is most. We believe, ladies and gentlemen, our collective actions today will shape the well-being of future generations and the health of our planets. Thank you all. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you, Excellency. The next country will be Cambodia. I would like to announce the other countries which are going to be in the list so that they can be ready. Democratic Republic, People's Republic of Korea, Fiji. Yeah, after Cambodia. Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Fiji, Iran, Japan, Nepal, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Samoa, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Thailand. Next, I call upon Cambodia to deal with this speech.
Thank you very much, Excellency Chairs, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministers of Environment of the Royal Government of Cambodia, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Ministries of Environment of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the United Nations Environment Programme for hosting this 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authority of Asia Pacific. Our gathering today is reassuring of our commitment to strengthen our action for the environment. As Asia Pacific countries play a critical role in shaping the kind of environment that would be handed over to the future generation, Cambodia highly recognizes the values of our individual and collective efforts and cooperation. In this regard, allow me to share some of Cambodia's experience dealing with this triple environmental crisis. At the national levels, the Royal Government of Cambodia has recently launched a new overarching strategy called Pentagonal Strategy. The overall mission is to safeguard and nurture peace and to accelerate development of becoming the high-income country by 2050. One of the key elements in these strategies is resilient, sustainable, inclusive development. It substantially aligns with the three principles of the Sri Lanka United Nations Convention, UNEP, CBD, and UNCCD, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The other key elements, such as the carbon neutrality by 2050 policies, our region adapted environmental codes, and our existing ministerial mechanism have formed a comprehensive policy, legal, and institutional framework incorporates model cross-sectors elements such as green economy, sustainable cities, as well as science and technology in supporting of the climate actions, biodiversity conservation, and pollution control. With these frameworks, among many others achievements, Cambodia given a priority toward first effects access to climate finance. Second, increasing our protected area conservation through turning potential area into community-based ecotourism destination. And the third, combating plastics waste. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for this forum is a very important platform for the state in Asia and Pacific to prepare for the next section of the UN or UNEP in 2024. For collective regional perspective and action for the UNEP, I believe that access to finance and technologies is among essential components if we want to win this fight against climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Cambodia reiterates the effective, inclusive, and sustainable development multilateral action is the key to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. In this forum, Cambodia strongly expected that ministerial declaration outcome will be affirmed in balanced manner toward environmentally sustainability. With this expectation, Cambodia would like to reaffirm our commitment to work with nation, development partners, and all stakeholders to tackle environmental issues effectively and efficiently to achieve our common objective for sustainable development. I thank you, Excellency Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. Next, I'll call upon Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I don't hear anything. So I'll move on to India, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, invitees and officials, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of India, I would like to thank the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka and the UN Environment Programme for co-hosting the 5th Forum of the Ministers and Environment Authorities of the Asia Pacific in the beautiful city of Colombo. We, the Asia Pacific countries, are diverse in terms of people, economy, society, natural endowments, ecosystems, biodiversity, wildlife, forests, etc. The Asia Pacific region is home to over 4.4 million people. The AP countries are also hotspots for biodiversity, comprising many fauna and flora. The diversity amongst us is a great blessing, and we can learn from each other in effectively tackling the global challenges. The AP nation should foster greater efforts to combat climate change and to protect biodiversity while joining hands for ensuring environmental justice, climate justice, fair, just, and inclusive transition. This decade is very crucial for all of us, as efforts taken in this decade will decide the hopes and aspirations of our future generations. Post-2015 period, the focus has shifted from the Millennium Development Goals to the Sustainable Development Goals. The special focus of the AP Group Presidency on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is indeed very timely. There is also a need for further integrating and mainstreaming the Sustainable Development Goals in national policies, programs, and actions meant to address environmental crises and challenges. India remains steadfast in its commitment to join and lead international and multilateral efforts to tackle the interdependent challenges of biodiversity loss, pollution, climate change, desertification, deforestation, land and ocean degradation within the multilaterally agreed convention and the Paris Agreement. India has always been actively engaging in various UNEP activities, dialogue mechanisms, as well as with other multilateral cooperation within the UN framework. For environment protection, India, under the dynamic and visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, has taken many initiatives both at the global and at the national level. And all our initiatives can be aligned with the initiatives, resolutions, and activities adopted in the various UNEP. The major initiatives are the National Hydrogen Energy Mission, National Clean Air Program, restoring 26 million hectares of degraded and deforested land, the development of urban forests, and conservation of species like the tiger, lion, elephants, and the dolphins. At the global level, India is spearheading the Leadership Group for Industry Transition, or LEAD IT, One Sun, One World, One Grid, the International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and the Infrastructure for Resilient Island States. India has translocated cheetahs from Namibia and South Africa. India has recently celebrated the 50 years of the Project Tiger and has also launched the International Big Cat Alliance. Mission Life has been launched by the Prime Minister in the presence of the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, on 20th October 2022. Mission Life, which stands for Lifestyle for the Environment, is becoming a global public movement, a people's movement. Today, this mission is spreading awareness about adopting a lifestyle change to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, as well as pollution. These global problems need a holistic and whole-of-world approach, guided by the Rio Conventions and the 27 principles of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development. The basic constraints for developing countries while combating these problems are lack of adequate finance and affordable technology, credible and assured means of implementation. At the upcoming UNEP 6, we are considering piloting a draft resolution on sustainable lifestyle for United Nations Environment Assembly, the behavioral nudges towards sustainable lifestyle. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that unless the means of implementation are assured credibly, especially from the developed countries, the enhanced global goals for addressing global environmental challenges will not be effectively and fully fulfilled. Thank you.
Madam, now I will call upon Fiji.
Honorable Chair, distinguished ministers, first of all, I would like to thank the government and the people of the Democratic Republic of Sri Lanka for the warm hospitality accorded to my delegation since our arrival. Honorable Chair, I stand before you today to address a matter of utmost importance: effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. As a nation blessed with natural beauty and abundant resources, Fiji understands the urgency and gravity of these global challenges. We recognize that the time for action is now, and we are committed to leading the charge towards a greener and more sustainable future. Climate change is an undeniable reality, and its impact on our planet is becoming increasingly severe. Rising sea levels, extreme weather events, and shifting weather patterns threaten not only the livelihood of our communities, but also the delicate ecosystems that support our diverse flora and fauna. As a small island developing state, Fiji particularly is vulnerable to these effects, and we understand the need for urgent and collective action. Biodiversity loss is another pressing concern that requires our immediate attention. Our unique ecosystems, such as the Great Sea Reef and the tropical rainforests of Fiji, are home to rich array of plant and animal species found nowhere else on Earth. Yet these natural treasures are under threat from habitat destruction, invasive species, and unsustainable practices. We must work together to preserve and restore our biodiversity, ensuring that future generations can also experience the wonder and beauty of our natural heritage. Furthermore, pollution both on land and in our ocean poses a significant challenge to our environment and human health. The improper disposal of waste, industrial pollution, and the use of harmful chemicals have detrimental effects on our ecosystems, wildlife, and the health of our people. We must adopt sustainable waste management practices promote cleaner production methods, and invest in innovative solutions to reduce pollution and protect our environment. To effectively address these interconnected challenges, we must embrace multilateralism. No single country can tackle climate change, biodiversity, loss, and pollution alone. We need collaborative efforts, knowledge sharing, and technical assistance from the international community to build a sustainable future for Fiji and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are formidable, but they are not insurmountable. Fiji is committed to taking bold and decisive action, and we invite the international community to join us on this journey. Together, we can create a future where our environment is protected, our ecosystem thrive, and our people enjoy a sustainable and prosperous life. Let us stand united in our pursuit of effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral action. Let us be the generation that rises to the occasion, forging a path towards a greener, cleaner, and more resilient Asia and the Pacific, and ultimately a sustainable world for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next, I'll call upon Iran, Islamic Republic of. Not there, then I'll move on to Japan, please. Not there? Yes, now move on to Nepal.
Your Excellency and Chair of this Ministerial Dialogue, Honorable Ministers, Environment Authorities of this region, ladies and gentlemen, please accept greeting from Nepal, a beautiful Himalayan country in your neighborhood. Our country, Nepal, is known as the birthplace of Lord Buddha and the land of the tallest mountain on the earth, Mount Everest, which lies in the Hindu Kush Himalayan range of mountains, known as the Himalayas. Excellency, I want to bring this information to this esteemed floor that after the Antarctic and Arctic regions, the Hindu Kush Himalayan range is the largest reservoir of ice and snow. It serves as the source of water to maintain life, livelihood, economy, and food. Not for the community living in the mountain range only, it serves equally to the people living in plain land. This is why this entire range is called the water tower of Asia. But unfortunately, now it is not healthy. Earlier, we had a very specific place with the name of Black Mountain, but now the Black Mountains are common after the disappearance of a snow cover due to the adverse impact of climate change and environmental pollution. Consequently, the regular flow of water in the rivers is supposed to discharge, affecting the availability of fresh water for drinking, irrigation, and clean energy generation. The problem is big and alarming. If we do not address it on time, we will have no more snow in the future. Urgent action to address it, drivers, is necessary. Excellency, apart from this national and regional problem, our entire urban community is facing problems related to solid water management and soil, water, and pollution. Single-use plastic is major source of soil and river water pollution in urban areas. Lack of affordable technologies and funding requirements are the major problems, and as a result, countries are bound for various consequences. Mr. Chair, at this event, I urge all the honorable ministers and the environment authorities to come on common platform with a common understanding to join hand in hand to fight against the triple crisis, and also request the member countries to support those who really need your help. The role of the global community and the UN organization becomes instrumental in bringing and binding everyone together to resist these environmental problems. I also request this forum to consider the addition of one more delegation for the 6th season of the United Nations Environment Assembly to address the complex environmental problem in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region to tackle the 3 environmental crises. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I will once again call Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Dear Chairperson, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I would like to extend warm greetings from Pyongyang. As all of us have experienced this summer, a series of record-breaking torrid heat caused by El Nino and ever more unpredictable natural disasters are repeatedly signaling how much the eco-environmental protection is important. Ever-worsening reality of today calls for every member state to abide by one's political will to discharge its responsibility for protection of global environment and sustainable development, and to redouble its efforts. Dear Chair, Comrade Kim Jong-un, President of the State Affairs of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, in recent major party and government meetings has put forward important tasks to bring about decisive improvement in land management and eco-environmental protection, such as preventing natural disasters by concentrating efforts on afforestation and flood control, successfully carrying out the protection of ecosystem, and drafting mid- and long-term plan of green growth and implement it in an effective way. The government of the DPRK is according high priority to land management and environmental protection from the strategic point of view shaping the future of the country, and takes practical steps in a scientific and realistic way. Recently, the DPRK has been implementing the detailed plans by sectors and stages in accordance with the National Environment Protection Strategy in a responsible way. And on the other hand, we are drafting Green Growth Plan reflecting the ambitious goals of green growth and sustainable development and ways for its achievement. In particular, we are reinforcing legal and regulatory means, including updating of laws and regulations to systematically integrate economic development with environmental protection and for pollution control. The DPRK, where nearly 80% of the territory is mountainous, the forest restoration is considered not only as a mere economic and technical matter, but as an important policy issue and the greatest patriotic work for ensuring the prosperous development of the country and the well-being of the coming generations. And in this case, we have achieved notable successes. Despite of the global pandemic, we have consistently carried out yearly plans for forest restoration and thus achieved such successes as planting more than 1.167 billion trees in the area of over 470,000 hectares during the year 2020-22 alone. In addition, we are proceeding with a comprehensive survey and evaluation of major protected areas and work to expand them. Chair, in the light of today's harsh realities where environmental degradation of the world crossing the red line of irretrievable and irreversible point, each and every state should fulfill one's obligations in order to protect ourselves and guarantee the survival and happiness of the future generations. With concrete actions, we should awaken ourselves to fulfill our responsibilities for the future, and we should increase bilateral and multilateral cooperation on the principles of equality and mutual benefits, and we should take continuous and comprehensive actions to tackle the regional and global environmental issues. The DPRK government, as a responsible member state of UNEP, will in the future too make proactive efforts to fulfill this responsibility and role being assumed before the humankind in future, and will expand and develop international solidarity and multilateral cooperation for environmental protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I will call upon Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to read the statement on behalf of the Philippine Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, Maria Antonia Yulo Laizaga, as a video message couldn't be arranged in view of unavoidable circumstances. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all. Foremost, on behalf of the Republic of the Philippines, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude and congratulations to the government of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka at the United Nations Environment Program for organizing the 5th Asia-Pacific Ministerial Forum. According to the World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report of 2023, 6 out of the top 10 perceptions of future risks are environmental in nature. These include the following: 1. Failure to mitigate climate change. 2. Failure of climate change adaptation. 3. Natural hazards and extreme weather events. 4. Biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse. 5. Natural resource crisis. And 6. Large-scale environmental damage incidents. Thus, the Philippines envisages clear national policies and strategies that recognizes the nexus between mitigating climate change, halting biodiversity loss, and reducing environmental pollution and enhancing environmental governance for sustainable development. We recognize the need for science-informed decision-making across all science and technology sectors while leveraging local and indigenous knowledge to address the intersecting crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. On climate change, the Philippines is among the most vulnerable countries to climate-related weather events with the highest disaster risk. As highlighted in the 6th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, adverse impacts of climate change will intensify over time, and the cost of inaction will be greater in the years to come. We need to address climate change decisively by reducing emissions, ensuring resilience, sustainable development, poverty reduction, and low-carbon economic growth. In this regard, the Philippines is a party to the Paris Agreement. We committed to the reduction and avoidance of 75%, 2.71% is conditional, and 72.29% is conditional by 2030, and the agriculture, waste, industry, and energy sectors in our nationally determined contribution, or NDC. Our National Adaptation Plan and NDC Implementation Plan will inform our investments in priority sectors and low-carbon pathways. To accelerate climate action and strengthen disaster resilience, we have a systems and risk-based approach in managing our environment and natural resources, or ENR programs, through strengthening the National ENR Geospatial Database as a decision support tool, accounting for the country's natural resources, and implementing integrated ecosystem-based strategies in the ENR sector in development planning. On biodiversity loss, the Philippines is one of the most megadiverse countries and host to the Center of Marine Biodiversity. We recognize our role in contributing to the protection of areas to address both biodiversity loss and climate change through our environmental policies and programs that embody biodiversity and environmental sustainability. To align with the Global Biodiversity Framework, we are implementing the new Philippine Biodiversity and Strategic Action Plan, PBSAP, that is based on the interventions of climate action, biodiversity protection, and human development. At the United Nations General Assembly last month, the Philippines signed the High Seas Treaty, or the BBNJ Agreement. As a maritime nation blessed with rich biological diversity, we recognize the critical role our seas play. Hence, it is imperative that we only not steward what is ours, but we extend effort and share responsibility with the rest of the world in protecting and conserving the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, the common heritage of mankind. We likewise actively take part in safeguarding and ensuring the integrity of our marine and coastal ecosystems by establishing marine stations and biogeographic regions to serve as sentinels in our archipelago, to actively foster strategic partnerships and collaboration with stakeholders in the Philippines and beyond our borders. These will adopt ecosystem-based approaches to identify, map, secure, observe, monitor, and evaluate the state of our coastal and marine resources. This is essential to achieve the ocean we need for the future we want. On environmental pollution, we have addressed waste pollution and are advancing the circular economy through implementation of policies and programs, the most recent of which is the passage and implementation of Republic Act No. 11898, also known as the Extended Producer's Responsibility Act. It will catalyze collaboration between all sectors in reducing plastic waste generation in the country that affect our air quality and terrestrial, coastal, and marine ecosystems. Related policies also include the National Plan of Action on Marine Litter and the Philippine Action Plan for Sustainable Consumption and Production. These policies offer promising opportunities for the country to reduce waste and facilitate shifts towards circular economy and sustainable lifestyles. In this regard, the Philippines will actively participate in the INC process to develop an international legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Philippines stands ready and assures its continued support in pursuing transformative actions to the environment and climate change to ensure that no single individual, no community, and no ecosystem will be left behind. We pledge to develop and implement science-informed policies and practices that foster convergence between climate action, biodiversity conservation, and pollution reduction, and participate actively in the INC process. We also seek partnerships with like-minded nations and organizations to amplify our impact. Every nation participating in this ministerial forum is vital in promoting equitable development and safeguarding the planet against this triple planetary environmental crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. I will move on to Republic of Korea. After this statement, I think we will stop the session and continue after lunch, as there are members to go for side events meetings.
Thank you, Chair. In the face of dire challenge of our crisis, I believe the international community made meaningful progress so far. From the Paris Agreement in 2015 to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework last year, we also launched the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, INC, to end plastic pollution by 2024. Yes, we have done a lot, but not quite enough. Since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, countries set up their own NDC to strengthen climate action. However, the recent Global Stocktake report showed that our efforts fell far short of 1.5-degree goal. To make it further, we need financial resources. Climate financial support should be channeled to the most needed place in the most effective way available. To this end, Korea has pledged to contribute an additional $300 million to the Green Climate Fund this year. I hope it will be a little more help for the countries. As I mentioned earlier, to fight against the plastic pollution, Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee has been found. We wish to see the completion of legally binding plastic agreement at the 5th meeting of INC held in Korea during the late 2024, next year. Following the INC 5, Korea will also host the World Environmental Day 2025. We expect it will be a wonderful opportunity for countries to come together to celebrate the completion of a plastic treaty and reaffirm our commitment to ending plastic pollution. Like my boss, Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol has pledged at G20 summit 1 month ago, Korea is committed to playing as a green ladder to assist our friend countries so we can go together. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, and we will resume this session exactly at 2 o'clock, please.
Distinguished delegates, before we leave the room for lunch, may I have your attention, please? The hosts, the government of Sri Lanka, intends to surprise you with a souvenir to take home. You will receive a bag made with recycled cotton yarn, colored with herbal, especially Ceylon cinnamon. A pack of Ceylon tea, a little wooden map of Sri Lanka, and a hat are there in the bag. Hosts are glad if you can wear the same hat for the field visit tomorrow. So this is the announcement too, ladies and gentlemen. The side event Climate Justice Forum will be held in the evening. The government of Sri Lanka invites your graceful presence at the Climate Justice Forum. Announcement 3. Hosts want the distinguished delegates to be informed that the evening tea will be served in the Lotus Ballroom in the first floor. Thank you.
Gila-gila deh.
Hello. Hey.
whatever is. Yeah, good.
Ministers are indicating that, yeah, just start.
Good afternoon, everybody. Though not many of the delegates are not here, we thought of starting in order for us to complete or close this session as scheduled. So therefore, I would like to call upon to continue the morning session, call upon Iran or Nepal? Nepal, please. Finished, yeah. And Philippines, finished. And Samoa?
Yep. Honorable Chairman, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, I am delighted today to express to you our government and people's warmest love from Samoa, a small island nation in the Pacific region. Samoa expresses its gratitude and sincere appreciation to the government of Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, United Nations Environment Programme and Secretariat staff, and all who have provided assistance in organizing the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authority of Asia Pacific. We thank the government and people of Sri Lanka for your warm hospitality that we have received and for hosting this meeting. Samoa reaffirms its commitment and support for effective, inclusive and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, now labeled as the triple planetary crisis. And if we do have some kind of global cooperation, knowledge sharing and mobilization, financial resources by our development partners, a setback is imminent. Climate change remains the greatest single threat of our time. Effective multilateral actions require everyone to do their parts across all contexts, from international to regional, national, and through to our local communities. Excellencies, each member countries have had national targets that have been established and committed to achieve by certain timeframes as part of their efforts to address the onset of challenges of the triple planet crisis. Samoa similarly is committed to following through its national targets to reduce overall GHG emissions by 26% in 2030 compared to 2007 levels. More so, Samoa is committed in developing its national adaptation plan, which provides a roadmap for all its activities. Samoa is committed to protect 30% of its water in ecologically representative and well-connected system of marine protected areas through the implementation of Samoa government is committed to ocean strategy and marine spatial planning with the support of our partners. Our government is committed to protect over 30% of its terrestrial biodiversity, which includes the establishments of international bird areas, key biodiversity areas, watershed, catchment areas, reiterated natural and recreation reserves, national parks, and community-based conservation areas. As reiterated by our Prime Minister in the recent UN General Assembly in New York, the connectedness of our responsibilities to our people and planet in collective stewardship of our ocean and the goodwill that resulted in the adoption of the new treaty protecting biodiversity on the high seas. We must sustainably manage our ocean resources. Let us all sign the PPN Treaty for a timely, sustainable Samoa with generous support of our partners. Has developed national regulations to address water management with amendments made over the years to include banning certain plastic and styrofoam, as well as developing a national circular economy policy as part of our waste minimization efforts. Plastic pollution and marine litter are problems with reaching transboundary impacts on our lands, rivers, and ocean. Samoa reaffirms its support for the initiative of INC towards establishing an internationally legally binding instrument to address plastic pollution. Excellencies, Samoa reinforces its commitment and critical pathway for the implementation of the Samoa pathway as a mechanism to achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. We are all at the forefront experience for worst impacts of climate change affecting all facets of our lives. Our environments are more so rights to exist and those of our children and future generations. As we have heard, the voice of our children, represented by Ms. Aniva Clark, we owe it to them to hear them out and act on it. As a member of our Asia-Pacific family, Samoa believes that genuine and inclusive collaborations will enable us all as a region to make decisions that we are just and fair for our states. And together we can address the challenges of triple planetary crisis in any effective and sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I call upon Singapore. Yes, move on to, yeah, please. Go ahead, please. Singapore, please. You can use the other mic. Is it not working?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, can I be heard? Okay, good. Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my honor to be in Colombo to participate as Singapore's representative in the 5th Asia-Pacific Forum. I would like to express my personal and my delegation's sincere appreciation to the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka for hosting this meeting and for your warm hospitality. Singapore shares the Asia-Pacific region's concern over the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Our region is one of the most vulnerable to these threats. Recent months have seen multiple temperature records being broken, extreme weather events such as floods and droughts, and air pollution caused by land and forest fires. Singapore strongly supports the theme for UNEP 6, effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are major global challenges. We need effective and pragmatic solutions to deal with them. And in coming up with solutions, we also need to recognize that each and every Asia-Pacific country has a different operating context. What is effective for one country may not be effective for another. We should be empowered to tailor solutions that best meet our national circumstances. And so we must continue to support inclusive and even-handed multilateral efforts to build a sustainable and resilient future for us all. Plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, is a major global environmental issue, one that many countries here have highlighted. Singapore, like our fellow Asia-Pacific countries, has been participating actively in the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to develop an international legally binding instrument. The Asia-Pacific region should demonstrate our commitment and leadership in addressing this pressing issue. Singapore is therefore glad that the Asia-Pacific group at the INC has agreed to formulate a standalone high-level statement on plastic pollution and the international legally binding instrument to be delivered at UNEP 6. Singapore places great importance on the AP Forum process and had the privilege of hosting the 3rd AP Forum in 2019. The AP Forum remains relevant more than ever. It plays a crucial role in bringing the Asia-Pacific region together to exchange views, best practices, and formulate joint positions ahead of UNEP. Singapore looks forward to working closely with all of you to advance our region's environmental agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will call upon Sri Lanka. Maybe you can come.
Sri Lanka is a small island which battled economic crisis just after the COVID pandemic. Though we are an economically struggling small nation, we have not neglected working against triple planetary crisis. Our country is a party to many international conventions, namely United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change, Convention on Biological Diversity, and UN Convention on Combating Desertification. In view of managing pollution, we have become a party to 3 conventions such as Basel Convention for Control of Transboundary Movement of Hazardous Waste, Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollution, Minamata Convention. Being a party to these conventions reflects our commitment to address the global environment issues and collaborating with the international community to find sustainable solutions. Sri Lanka has agreed to implement policies and measures in line with the goals and objectives of these conventions to protect the environment and human well-being. Although Sri Lanka's emissions are globally negligible, amounts to merely 0.03%, we are in ambitious NDCs have set targets for 2030 to achieve 14.5% reduction of GHG emissions, 70% of electricity generation through renewable sources, 32% of forest cover, weaning of coal power by 2042, and reaching net zero by 2050. At COP27, which was held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Sri Lanka launched the Climate Prosperity Plan of Sri Lanka, which aims at rapid augmenting of nature-based solutions, including renewable energy. We will launch the Net Zero 50 roadmap for Sri Lanka at COP28 to be held in UAE in early December. Sri Lanka is in the process of reviewing National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan 2016-2022 and developing targets to achieve objectives of Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework 2023 to 2030. Considering the global importance of Sri Lanka being one of the 36 biodiversity hotspots, the Ministry of Environment planned to formulate a national policy on living entities to conserve pristine ecosystems. In compliance with the Biodiversity Convention, Red List of Threatened Species was developed and its recommendations are considered. In 2019, National Policy on Waste Management was formulated covering 9 categories of general and hazardous waste to minimize pollution. The National Policy on Chemical Management was formulated to streamline chemical management in the country. The National Action Plan on Plastic Waste Management 2021-2030 will promote plastic waste management activities in the country. In combating plastic pollution, we embrace 3R principle. In line with this, it was from 1st of this month that we banned an additional set of single-use plastics based on their high level of pollution. Sri Lanka has formulated its national policy on sustainable consumption and pollution in 2019, the Green Procurement Policy and Green Labeling Framework this year. We will enact a new National Environment Act to comply with the triple planetary crisis in the context of new knowledge and practices. In terms of achieving SDG progress, overall performance is 66 by 83, country score is 69.4%. SDG goals of 12, 13, 14 and 15 are directly related to climate change, biodiversity and pollution, whereas other SDGs too are indirectly related and interconnected. As per the Sustainable Development Report 2023, Sri Lanka's spillover effect rank is 92.67%. The people of Global South deserve same quality of life as the people in Global North, but remain unachievable for them unless there is a transfer of knowledge, technology and finances. As a country, we are taking all possible steps to minimize triple planetary crisis and move forward in obliging national and international commitments. In this journey, regional cooperation on capacity building, technology transfer, and experience sharing will be of immense value. Therefore, let us collaborate as the Asia Pacific region in achieving the individual country targets and regional obligations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Doctor. I move on to call upon Thailand, please.
สิ่งแวดล้อมแห่งสหประชาชาติสมัยที่ 6 คุณอาฮาเมดรัฐมนตรีว่าการกระทรวงสิ่งแวดล้อมแห่งสาธารณรัฐสังคมนิยมประชาธิปไตยศรีลังกาคุณมะลิมารองผู้อำนวยการบริหารโครงการสิ่งแวดล้อมแห่งสหประชาชาติท่านสุภาพสตรีและสุภาพบุรุษทุกท่านครับสวัสดีครับในนามของรัฐบาลไทยผมขอแสดงความขอบคุณต่อกระทรวงสิ่งแวดล้อมแห่งสาธารณรัฐสังคมนิยมประชาธิปไตยศรีลังกาและยูเนปที่ได้จัดการประชุมครั้งนี้เพื่อให้เราได้หารือร่วมกันถึงท่าทีที่จะเสนอในการประชุมยูเนีย 6 ในปีหน้าถึงเวลาแล้วที่คำมั่นสัญญาของพวกเราจะต้องนำไปปฏิบัติอย่างเร่งด่วนผ่านการดำเนินงานในระดับภูมิภาคที่เข้มแข็งและเป็นรูปธรรมยิ่งขึ้นผมรู้สึกยินดีอย่างยิ่งที่ภูมิภาคของเรามีความคืบหน้าในการดำเนินการตามข้อมติยูเนียสำหรับประเทศไทยเราได้ยกระดับการดำเนินการเพื่อบริหารจัดการปกป้องทรัพยากรธรรมชาติทั้งในด้านนโยบายและการพัฒนากฎหมายเพื่อบรรลุเป้าหมายของประเทศและพันธกรณีระหว่างประเทศประเทศไทยมีความมุ่งมั่นที่จะพยายามอย่างเต็มที่เพื่อบรรลุเป้าหมายการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนของสหประชาชาติหรือ SDG ในทุกมิติที่เกี่ยวข้องกับทรัพยากรธรรมชาติและสิ่งแวดล้อมผมขอยืนยันความมุ่งมั่นของประเทศไทยและพร้อมร่วมงานอย่างใกล้ชิดกับ UNEP และประเทศต่างๆเพื่อก้าวไปสู่การพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนที่สร้างความสมดุลระหว่างเป้าหมายเศรษฐกิจสังคมและสิ่งแวดล้อมโดยมีประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางและไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลังผมหวังว่าบทเรียนต่างๆที่เราแบ่งปันในวันนี้จะเป็นพื้นฐานในการทำงานร่วมกันและจะเป็นข้อมูลสำคัญสำหรับการประชุมยูเนีย 6 ต่อไปขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Excellency. And we have come to the last speaker of this session. I would like to call upon the Laopedia.
Thank you. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At the outset, on behalf of the government of Laopedia, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the government of Sri Lanka and the UNEP for jointly organizing this important and useful meeting. With the best efforts to accomplish its commitment to implement the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement on climate change, particularly Article 6, the Lao government has developed a number of policy and regulations and set a roadmap to effectively address climate change mitigation and adaptation. The Green Growth Principle and NDC targets were consolidated into National Socio-Economic Development Plan targeting net zero emissions by 2050. The near-term target is to reduce 60% of greenhouse gas by 2030, increasing forest cover up to 70%, and promoting the use of renewable and clean energy to cover 30% of the total energy demand by 2025. We are also preparing the long-term low carbon emission strategy to address the specific aspect of low carbon development as well as promoting carbon credit. obtained from nature and energy. In addition, we have implemented the Safe Clean Climate Resilient Hospital initiative to further promote low carbon, environmentally sustainable technology as well as green procurement and supply. With regard to the natures and biodiversity conservation, 20% of the total area of the country have been designated as the conservation area. Currently, we are updating the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan with intention to integrate the concept of One Health to improve biodiversity management and in accordance with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The country had also incorporated the international principle into national policy and legislation to tackle pollution and reduce its severe health effects, particularly the establishment of the decision on the pollution control. In addition, we are developing national plastic action plan and promoting circular economy, green industry, green labeling, and consumption as a means to improve waste management and reduce plastic waste. Ladies and gentlemen, despite our best efforts, the program continues to be difficult to solve. The primary obstacles are insufficient funding, capacity limitations, conflicting development objectives, as well as requirements for community awareness, livelihood improvement, and resilient infrastructure. We believe that cohesive measures and collaboration among countries in the regions can lead to more effective policy. This can be achieved by sharing knowledge, experience, and resources, while also considering each nation's specific circumstance and development priority. Special assistance should be provided to vulnerable and low-income countries in order to ensure that no one is left behind. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the Lao PDR firm commitment to enhance close cooperation with all member states and support multilateralism to combat climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, madam. And just before closing, I would like to call upon Japan to deal with their statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Excellency. Good afternoon, distinguished participants. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Sri Lanka and the UNEP Secretariat for co-hosting this important conference to our region. The world is currently facing a triple crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, as many participants mentioned. To overcome these three urgent crises, we need to aim for integrated solutions rather than responding to them individually. For example, when we promote measures to combat climate change, we must also encourage measures that are effective against biodiversity loss and pollution. This is also in the spirit of the SDGs, which call for maximizing synergies among the goals to achieve each one simultaneously. The SDG summit was held last month, but unfortunately, it concluded that the world is not on track to achieve the SDGs. Countries need more encouragement to increase synergies to achieve the SDGs by 2030. There needs to be an increased shared understanding of these critical synergies, and to this end, UNDESA and UNEP Secretariat have co-organized 4 global conferences on climate and SDG synergies since 2019. The third conference was held in July last year in Tokyo and hosted by the Ministry of the Environment, Japan. How do we realize these synergies? Both the Global Sustainable Development Report and the Synergy Conference Expert Group Report released before the SDGs summit give us an idea of what is needed. The first step is to gather concrete examples of good practices generating synergies. One prime example of this is nature-based solutions. Japan has examples of sustainable forest conservation, long-life wood and material use, and biomass power generation. The reports also point out the need for a methodology to apply synergies to policies. There are several tools that show linkage among the SDGs, but further research is needed so that they can be used for specific policies. The expert group report makes another critical point. It emphasizes that the developing countries can have a more significant impact on promoting the SDGs by taking climate action than developed countries. For example, it is reported that there are many developmental co-benefits from adapting to climate change by utilizing forests and other ecosystems. Promoting synergies can also increase efficiency and reduce the investment gap. Based on the above information, Japan would like to propose a resolution on strengthening synergetic approaches at UNEP 6 to identify specific policy measures based on scientific knowledge to realize synergies. The draft resolution declares that in addition to the SDGs, we should promote 1.5-degree target of the Paris Agreement, 2050 vision, and 2030 mission for a nature-positive economy, and measures to address environmental pollution through a synergetic approach in each member state. We also encourage the incorporation of synergy-related targets and co-benefits into existing NDCs, VNRs, and NBSAPs as concrete actions. We would also request that UNEP Executive Director support preparing an assessment report summarizing the findings to promote better synergistic actions. Please refer to the concept note for the writing style of the draft resolution posted on the conference website. Japan will continue to play a leading role in promoting synergies and work with like-minded countries and the United Nations. I would like to call upon the representatives of the participating countries and ask you all to join us in building momentum for synergy. We look forward to working with you towards the resolution. So don't hesitate to contact us if you are interested. I hope we can work together to expand synergy efforts worldwide to overcome the triple crisis and achieve the SDGs. Let me end by saying a few words about the first draft of the Ministerial Declaration for UNEP 6 to tackle the triple crisis. Japan generally supports including key elements of mitigation actions for climate crisis, nature-positive economy, and plastics. However, one critical element is still missing, that is resource efficiency and circular economy. Resource efficiency and circular economy has the potential to reduce 45% of our greenhouse gas emissions, and it also contributes to achieving nature-positive economies. This is because 90% of biodiversity loss and water stress impact come from extracting and processing natural resources. We would like countries here to support the inclusion of resource efficiency and circular economy in the declaration. In the description of circular economy, cooperation with the private sector also needs to be included. Secondly, we should add the key IPCC findings, which state that emissions must peak out by 2025. IPCC AR6 stated that global greenhouse gas emission must peak between 2020 and at the latest before 2025 to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to all distinguished speakers and delegations for their active participation and very fruitful deliberations. Now, we move on to agenda item 7. So, yeah. The agenda item 7, of course, the panel discussion. I would like to invite Her Excellency Mrs. Elizabeth Maruma Mirema, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director, United Nations Environment Program. And welcome. And His Excellency Mr. Stephen Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and the Environment, Palau. And His Excellency Mr. Yutaka Matsuzawa, Vice Minister for Global Environmental Affairs, Japan. Then Ms. Isabella Koziel, Deputy Director General, International Center for Integration Mountain Development, Nepal. And finally, Ms. Elenita Dano, Asia Director, ETC Group, Philippines. Thank you. No, thank you all the panelists. The overall goal of strengthening the engagement of multilateral environmental agreements, MEAs, in UNEP 6 is to promote coherence between the resolutions of the Assembly and the decisions of the governing bodies of the MEAs. Besides, multilateral cooperation is to support the Environment Assembly in enhancing its relationship with the MEAs and its contribution to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda by strengthening convergence of action and dialogue on common strategies and sharing of experiences while providing increased visibility to the decisions of the governing bodies of the MEAs. Ministers, heads of delegation, MEA secretariats, other stakeholders, and representatives will have an opportunity to share their Asia-Pacific regional perspectives on effectiveness of the multilateral environmental cooperations, including finance, technology, and capacity building, and at national, sub-regional, and regional levels to achieve internationally agreed goals, including SDGs on climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. I shall now invite Excellency Mrs. Elizabeth Maruma Mirama, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director, United Nations Environment Program, to introduce the topics multilateral environmental cooperation to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister for the Environment of Sri Lanka, distinguished ministers, vice ministers, excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this multi-stakeholder dialogue on multilateral environmental cooperation to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Calling for strengthened environmental multilateralism will be an empty slogan without involving multilateral environmental agreements or the MEAs. These agreements have emerged as one of the best ways of institutionalizing intergovernmental cooperation and triggering national action in the environmental sector. MEAs are an important partners to UN Environment Programme, and we are continuously seeking ways in which we can strengthen this cooperation with MEAs. I'm not only here referring to the 15 MEAs that UN Environment Programme administers, but I'm talking and referring to all MEAs across the board. The MEAs are central in achieving the global environmental commitments. They do provide the legal frameworks for action, and in this way, they are the backbone of international environmental governance system. Over the years, the number of MEAs has been growing. The importance of working across different constituents has become increasingly important as a result. UN Environment Programme, on its part, has facilitated cooperation and collaboration between MEAs, and so have the parties and the secretariats of MEAs, equally as mandated by their governing bodies. We have established a wide range of cooperation mechanisms, varying from joint task forces of the secretariats to joint action programs to party-led processes. Despite all the progress which has been made, at this very hour, the science tells us that we've not done enough, because the statistics in the last few days clearly speak to that. The world is struggling with the triple planetary crisis, among other environmental challenges, and therefore we need to work under the uniting our forces, building on synergies and collaboration to make peace with nature. We are continue our work across constituencies with even more vigor. We need to break the silos, and we need to give room for innovative thinking and creative solutions. To succeed, we must pay more attention to the work carried out on regional and national levels where implementation is hitting the ground and where the impacts of climate change, biodiversity, and ecosystem degradation are being felt and where the taps can be closed. I would like to highlight the upcoming UN Environment Assembly 6, due to take place next year towards the end of February, which will be another milestone in the history of UN Environment Programme's cooperation with the MEAs. The theme of UNEP 6 is effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. The UN Environment Programme and the Committee of Permanent Representatives Bureau have agreed to add a supplementary agenda item to UNEP 6 entitled Cooperation with Multilateral Environmental Agreements to its provisional agenda of the Assembly to facilitate active contribution and participation by MEAs in the Assembly's discussions. Consideration of the supplementary agenda item will include a full day of MEA's Day, organized specifically on the 28th of February, with 2 high-level dialogues, as even informed this morning by the president of UNEP, Minister Leila. And during that week of the conference and the assembly, there will also be an exhibition area and an event space where MEAs will be able to showcase both the work of strengthening cooperation between UNEP or UN Environment Program and the MEAs, as well as the MEAs themselves, and including with the member states or the parties to the different MEAs. So I'm very pleased about this development, which is long overdue, and it provides us with an excellent opportunity to present the work of MEAs and exchange ideas, best practices, lessons learned on the ways to further strengthen cooperation between UN Environment Program and the MEAs, as well as with the member states for the implementation of those MEAs. Inspired by the plans of the upcoming UN Environment Assembly, the African Ministerial Conference on Environment, at its 19th session held in July this year, already adopted a resolution that will mandate the African region to call for a resolution during UNEP on cooperation with multilateral environmental agreements. This will provide with an opportunity to strengthen the existing cooperation between UNEP and MEAs and to discuss among the member states how cooperation will even be further strengthened, including between and among the member states for the implementation of the different MEAs. We sincerely hope that other regions will equally call for the same, or at least support Africa in the same direction to ensure that such a resolution or related to that is adopted at UNEP 6. And here we have also heard from the Vice Minister of Japan. They're equally intending to submit a resolution also related to MEA's implementation, cooperation, synergies, and the like. And I believe that this dialogue today will bring forward additional ideas in shaping the preparations for the MEA's Day at UNEP 6 and pave the way forward on concrete ways to define the roadmap for the Asia-Pacific states to strengthen cooperation with multilateral environmental agreements. In the event, member states from this region intend to submit draft resolutions for consideration at UNEP 6, and we know that intention is there. We will all be urging you to submit such proposals within the set timeline and deadline for the submission of draft proposals, which is 18th of December, to enable the Secretariat to prepare the necessary documentation on the subject matter of the resolution, but as well as to accord other member states time to review, consult, and consider those draft resolutions. So our dialogue this afternoon is of particular importance because it responds to the calls for strengthening integrated approaches with a focus to enhancing cooperation and coordination among the multilateral environmental agreements. Last December, we witnessed the historic adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework by 196 nations during the 15th Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, which was held in Montreal, Canada. This new global biodiversity framework is an excellent vehicle for the transformational change. It reinforces the implementation, which will require a whole of government, a whole of society approach that enhanced collaboration, cooperation, and synergies with other environmental agreements, which will contribute to further promoting implementation in a more effective and efficient manner. Furthermore, the 15th session of the International Conference on Chemicals Management in Bonn just last week adopted a new voluntary framework, a framework for chemicals management, a framework which also provides a platform for strengthened cooperation among government institutions and boosts also a whole of society involvement. The outcomes of that conference will further the work on nexus areas between the new global biodiversity framework, and now we have a new chemicals and waste global policy framework instrument in order to be able to identify entry points for coherent implementation of the two frameworks. So I'm pleased about this outcome, as this will reinforce the UN Environment's program's mandate to continue its work in facilitating cooperation and collaboration among the different focal points of the multilateral environmental agreements across biodiversity as well as chemicals and waste clusters. It will also provide fuel for the preparation of the Bern 3 conference, also organized by UNEP, and the next meeting will be in January 2024, again looking at synergies, cooperation, collaboration among the different multilateral environmental agreements at all levels, global, regional, and national, for the implementation of the global biodiversity framework. And here I will add, now, of course, a new instrument has been added on chemicals and waste management. All these developments have clearly shown to a divided world that in the sphere of environment, we can work together to confront the urgent challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate that our dialogue here will provide unique insights and experiences that each of the panelists will bring. And I look forward with eagerness to the array of knowledge and insights that will be revealed through this important event this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Verema, for your interesting overview of the topics. Before I call upon other panelists, I would like to remind everyone that we are limited with the time, and if everyone could express their ideas, opinion, suggestion within 4 minutes, we would really welcome that. Next, I call upon His Excellency Mr. Stephen Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment, Palau.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to share Palau's perspective on the need for effective implementation of MEAs. Sometimes coming from a small island developing states like Palau, where we've put at least 30% of our coastal marine areas under protection and closed off 80% of our exclusive economic zone to commercial fishing. Sometimes we wonder, are we doing enough? Or others are not doing enough? These MEAs to us provide the framework for allowing for us to be all responsible in terms of ensuring that we take the needed responsibility that we need to take to ensure that we tackle the climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and pollution. After all, these are human generated impacts, we need to hold ourselves accountable. And these MEAs are a framework by which we can hold ourselves accountable. It makes us feel in Palau that what we're doing and the high ambition that we've taken are taken for something that contributes to saving nature, that ensures that we will have a future for humanity. After all, nature can take care of itself. Humans cannot thrive without nature. We are the only species that have created the problem of climate change, biodiversity loss, and we are the only species that can save the planet for the future of humanity. Now the question is, what are we going to do about it? As responsible leaders, what are we going to do about it? Do we keep talking about it? In Asia Pacific, we contribute over 50% to global emissions. But we're experiencing 55% biodiversity loss. So we, as Asia Pacific region, can make that bold decision to accelerate our action, not just commit to high ambition actions, but we go back and we don't take the necessary underground action, which is essential for implementing these MEAs. The MEAs will not necessarily implement themselves at the international level. It needs to be implemented at the national and subnational levels for it to achieve the global impact that these MEAs are meant to achieve, to safeguard biodiversity so that we can ensure a healthy and thriving planet for the future of humanity. So at UNEA 6, how are we going to show up? Will we show up with low-level official participation, or will we show up as ministers who take this seriously? It needs to manifest itself at the highest level of governments. I believe the communities, the indigenous people have spoken, they've done their part, but as governments, what are we going to do? I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your inputs and insights. Next, I call upon His Excellency Mr. Yutaka Matsuzawa, Vice Minister for Global Environment Affairs, Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to talk about our good experience to develop the multilateral environment agreement through the UNEA process. First of all, I would like to talk about Mercury at the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, INC, for establishing a new Mercury Convention, which started in 2010. Japan served as a coordinator for the Asia-Pacific region and actively contributed to the negotiations by hosting Inc. 2 in Chiba City in January 2011. And at Inc. 5 held in Switzerland, Geneva in January 2013, Japan proposed to hold the diplomatic conference in Minamata City and Kumamoto City. In response to the proposal, the chairman of the INC proposed the name of the convention as Minamata Convention on Mercury, which was all countries agreed. As part of this initiative, we are working closely with related organizations and to support developing countries by establishing a mercury monitoring network in the Asia-Pacific region, assisting surveys and assessment of mercury use, emissions, and actual conditions in developing countries, as well as conducting needs assessments and capacity building in those countries. So to establish and implement the Minamata Convention, Asia-Pacific countries fully utilized the UNEP process. And second example is the ongoing process on plastic pollution, the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution. Yes, and Japan welcomes its progress, including the recent release of the Zero Draft, and expects significant progress at the upcoming INC 3 next month in Nairobi, Kenya. It was 2 years ago when the forum met in Korea. I think the fourth forum of ministers and environmental authorities of our region. And Japan introduced the draft resolution to set up the INC. We have come quite a long way since then, but there is still much ground to be covered. But the first co-sponsor to Japanese draft resolution in terms of plastic negotiation, the government of Sri Lanka was the first comer. The Sri Lanka is the co-sponsor. Thank you very much. And we need to find common ground in order to complete this process by the end of 2024, and our time is limited. It is necessary to prioritize our discussions and concentrate on the elements that are essential to the treaty. At INC 3, we also expect a clear path forward, including a work program for the intersessional work before INC 4. This will help us stay on track and ensure that we are making progress. Japan has a bureau member, Mr. Hiroshi Ono, former Vice Minister of Ministerial Environment Japan, for the Asia-Pacific region in the INC negotiations. As such, we would like to encourage active engagement in the negotiations by the countries in the Asia-Pacific region. At the same time, we will continue to contribute to the INC process so that multilateral cooperation is effectively utilized in the upcoming treaty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you for your interesting inputs and insights. Now I call upon Ms. Isabella Oziel, Deputy Director General, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, Nepal.
Good afternoon, Honourable Ministers, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about the importance of regional forums for enhancing delivery of our multilateral commitments. And I'm going to speak of the work that the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development is doing within the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. And just to introduce the HKH, this is a unique and extremely valuable region, extremely valuable for the Asia Pacific. It holds the largest ice mass after the poles. It holds 4 of the world's global biodiversity hotspots, source of 10 of Asia's major rivers. And so it delivers water, for food, for energy, and ecosystem services for up to 2 billion people. 2 billion people, that is a quarter of humanity. But this region is also highly fragile. It is a unique mountain environment, which also is remote and has high poverty levels, making it one of the most vulnerable and risk-prone regions of the world, which is being particularly hard hit by the triple planetary crisis. But this is because temperatures are rising faster in the mountain regions than in other landscapes, and because we've lost 70% of original habitat over the last century, and it's the most polluted region in the world. So this has enormous implications for the region itself, for its downstream countries in Asia Pacific, and of course, in terms of many of Asia Pacific's small island states in the context of the sea level rise that will emanate once those glaciers have melted, and they're melting very fast. And obviously, as we've heard over the last 2 days, progress against meeting the multiple international targets in this region is slow. And this is also because the frequency, the complexity, and the magnitude of these crises is particularly complex in this region. You will have heard about the crisis that has hit Sikkim since yesterday, with many likely dead from the recent glacial lake outburst flood. But also, this region is unique, and so what works in other regions may not necessarily work within this one. So, in close collaboration with our Hindu Kush Himalayan regional member countries, that is Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, India, Nepal, Myanmar, and Pakistan, we kicked off a process in 2020 with the formulation of the HKH Call to Action and the first Ministerial Mountain Summit. And all our 8 ministers at the time proposed that we hold regular science policy dialogues to debate the latest science and appropriate policy responses. We hold biennial mountain ministerial summits, and we establish a high-level task force comprising of government members to investigate the feasibility of establishing a regional institutional mechanism. And 3 years later, we have a final recommendation report which has been submitted to our ministers, proposing the establishment of an HKH Council of Ministers, a rotating presidency, permanent committee, and thematic working groups with ICIMOD as secretariat. This HKH Council will help take forward and regionalize some of the international commitments. And we will be submitting and preparing for the approval of this report at the next Ministerial Mountain Summit in March 2024. And taking such a mechanism forward is critically important, as no single country can resolve this triple planetary crisis alone, as so many of the issues are regional and transboundary in nature. And only coordinated, collaborative, and coordinated regional efforts will solve these challenges. So we do request the support of our regional ministries, UN agencies, and other important stakeholders representing major groups as this important initiative moves forwards. And finally, whilst we continue with our effort to establish this regional mechanism, we are also engaging globally across the multilateral environment agreements. And we are advocating together with other mountain regions for the urgent need to limit global warming. We are saying that 1.5 degrees is actually too hot for the mountains. we are also saying that huge financial gaps remain, and somehow a solution to this needs to be found, and it needs to be found fast. So we are therefore setting up a Mountains of Opportunity investment framework which will develop investable solutions and business cases so that we can more easily attract the finance that this region so badly needs. We request your support in this effort. And finally, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak of the important work of the Hindu Kush Himalaya. Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting inputs. And finally, I call upon Ms. Elenita Danu, Asia Director, E2C Group, Philippines.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the rest of the panelists. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to focus my brief intervention on the critical and strategic role of civil society and social movements in reinforcing global consensus on multilateral actions in addressing the triple crisis. I also would like to mention, before I start with the 3 points that I'd like to raise, that it is interesting that we are actually holding this meeting now, when yesterday Pope Francis of the Catholic Church hierarchy actually came out with an encyclical, Laudato Deum, where he actually emphasized the importance of multilateralism from below. And I think this concept of multilateralism from below is the core and center of the statement read out by the major groups and stakeholders yesterday in the plenary, which came out from the meeting 2 days ago in these halls, which is largely providing meaningful, substantive, and sustainable support for enabling participation, meaningful participation and engagement of civil society in multilateral actions. And there are actually 3 key points where we are currently contributing in multilateral actions in addressing the triple crisis, and how we, the stakeholders, including governments and the UN, could actually improve how these 3 could actually enhance and reinforce global consensus on multilateralism. First, in this region in Asia Pacific, we have perhaps the most active mechanism for CSO and social movements engagement in UN processes. We have the Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism, which I am very proudly part of. And the APRSM has a constituency of 17 sectors, much more than the 9 major groups at the UN level under the Rio rules. And these constituencies are actually contributing very concrete experiences, very concrete projects, and lived day-to-day experiences of communities in discussions like this, really building the foundations of multilateral actions. Because in the end, the bottom line of multilateral actions is actually community actions. And most, if not all, members of APRSM are engaged in interacting, working with communities in addressing the triple crisis every day. And I'd like to cite two concrete examples on how is this lived and how APRSM as a platform is actually enhancing this. Like in this region, Asia Pacific, we have perhaps the most active movement on agroecology, supporting agroecology and community-based seeds conservation that actually did not begin yesterday, but began 30 years ago, and actually contributing to discussions at the global level on seeds conservation, and agricultural biodiversity conservation, and agroecology in general, contributing to livelihoods, food sovereignty, and enhancing the rights of women and the rights to secure health, and also to secure and safe food. There's also a growing movement of social enterprises. In this region, we have colleagues here who have been promoting regional networking and even global networking and social enterprises. When we talk of private sector, business and industry, we're not just talking of global conglomerates or big transnationals. Most of our countries in Asia Pacific are actually standing on the backs of small medium and micro enterprises and social enterprises. And those constitute private sector directly working with communities, addressing the issues of biodiversity, climate, livelihoods, food sovereignty. So all of these initiatives are actually provided space in this platform called APRSEM, which has been actively engaging UNESCAP and also UNEP at the global level. The second point that I'd like to raise is the key importance of the role of civil society and social movements, direct role in science policy interface. And here, it's not just about contributing evidences and numbers, but really contributing directly to building evidences towards decision-making, consultative, participatory, and transparent decision-making at the national, regional, and global levels. And with science policy interface, I also mean concretely contribution of civil society and foresight and horizon scanning at different levels. I know that UNEP has actually really nailed it down in their paper, in their document last year, that there needs to be a lot of improvement in terms of the way how science policy interface, in particular horizon scanning or foresight, are conducted. So we have to overcome first and foremost the Western science-centeredness of science policy interface, also the too much reliance on experts, as we know them in academia, and provide spaces for experts on the ground, providing spaces in recognizing traditional local knowledge and lived experiences of communities, at the same time recognizing that social movements and NGOs could actually provide direct participation in science policy interface. UNEP already recognizes it, but really need to operationalize it. And need to be much more coherent, synergized, and consistent in saying that there's direct participation by not just limiting major groups in their own separate meeting and having another meeting of science policy business, which is not what UNEP envisioned in terms of the future of science policy interface. Lastly, I'd also like to put on the table the significant role played by major groups, in particular CSOs and social movements, in setting the agenda on biodiversity, climate, and the environmental crisis, addressing the environmental crisis, climate crisis, and biodiversity crisis that we're facing. I think the Convention on Biodiversity, the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Forum are actually living experiences of how civil society at the regional global level have contributed to creating and setting the agenda in terms of letting know the UN and governments about problems that are facing communities on the ground and up in the horizon. I think the discussion on geoengineering, the discussions on other emerging issues of the CBD were actually concrete contributions of civil society at that discussion. So by pointing out these key areas, we're actually hoping that the UN and member states will continue to provide spaces and support and providing opportunities for civil society like us at the regional and global level, especially at this time when there is actually shrinking democratic spaces in many parts of this region that actually threaten even the lives of environmental defenders. So I'd like to thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for your interesting inputs and insights. Now, I would like to announce the following countries and the institutions listed below. And request them to consider the time constraints that we have and finish everything within 3 minutes, if possible. China, Fiji, PrEP, UNESCAP, Workers' Trade Union, Children and Youth. Now I call upon China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, dear colleagues, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to attend this forum. On behalf of the Chinese delegation, I would express our gratitude to the government of Sri Lanka and the UNEP Secretariat for the enormous efforts in organizing this important event. The world now enters into a new phase of dramatic change and instability, facing food shortage, energy insecurity, and severely impacted supply chains. As the Asia Pacific is one of the regions with greatest potential to accelerate sustainable development, we should join hands to take effective, inclusive, and collaborative actions to achieve the sustainable development goals. In the case of China, guided by President Xi Jinping's thought on ecological civilization, we continue to fight against environmental pollution, accelerate the green and low carbon transition, and pursue high quality development, which is underpinned by high quality environment. We accelerate the modernization phase while trying to keep harmonious coexistence between human beings and nature to achieve the sustainable development goals. For example, we have built up the 1+N policy system to honor our commitment of peaking CO2 emissions before 2030 and carbon neutrality before 2060. With the energy consumption of an average increasing rate of 3%, China achieved its annual economic growth of more than 6%. We have built up the world's largest clean power generation network and contributed 25% of the world's newly added green areas since the start of this century. Moreover, we actively participate in global environmental governance and spared no efforts in cooperating with other developing countries in improving capacity, in addressing climate change, and pursuing low and low carbon development. So far, China has signed 46 South-South cooperation MOUs on climate change with 39 developing countries and trained about 2,300 officials and technicians from more than 120 developing countries. Apart from that, as the president of COP15, with the close cooperation with other parties and the CBD Secretariat, we have made every effort to ensure a successful conference, establishing the Kunming Biodiversity Fund and facilitating the adoption of the GBF. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a community with a shared future, both for prosperity and loss. Facing global challenges such as climate change, we have nothing but one way out, that is solidarity and collaboration. Safeguarding multilateralism is the core value we should cherish in this pursuit, which in our view should be composed of the following four important elements. First, mutual political trust. Political trust is fundamental in addressing global environmental challenge. True multilateralism cannot be confined or bound by ideology, political system, or development path. Forming exclusive blocs, protectionism, and unilateral measures in the name of climate change have seriously undermined the momentum of global cooperation.
Yeah, thank you, madam. And now I call upon Fiji. No, that's right. And move on to PrEP.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. SPREP is thankful for the partnership with UNEP over the last 30 years and looks forward to the continuing partnership over the next 30 years. The Pacific continues to be under a state of climate emergency as declared by our leaders last year. We are going to COP28, continuing with our call for 1.5 to stay alive. This is existential to Pacific Island countries, and we ask our partners in Asia to consider more ambitious emission targets to assist in this endeavor. We need to integrate across MEAs, across dimensions, and accelerate the achievement of SDGs. And in order to do this, our leaders last year put in place the 2050 Blue Pacific Strategy. We are now finalizing its implementation plan, and we call on all our partners, including the UN, multilateral funding institutions, and our other partners, to implement their initiatives in our region through that framework. The region is committed to implementing the Global Biodiversity Framework through the Framework for Nature Conservation in the Pacific. We are working together as a partnership with all our Pacific Island Roundtable for Nature Conservation partners to assist our member countries to revise and implement the NBSAPs to achieve the GBF targets. With the INC process for plastics, the Pacific is fully engaged through a 2-year program that we have put in place to effectively engage as a region with one voice to ensure our issues are addressed through the INC process. This has been enabled through funding from Australia that we are grateful for to allow us to fully participate in this process. Finally, on oceans, this is something that continues to be important to the Pacific, where we have always taken global leadership. This has again been shown, the recent signings of BBNJ, where the Federated States of Micronesia was the first country to become a party to this new instrument. We are committed to working closely on oceans management and conservation through the revised UNEP Convention, our Regional Seas Convention with UNEP, and to work together to put in place a regional framework to implement BBNJ. I thank you.
Thank you. And now I call upon UNESCO.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished participants. It is a great pleasure to make this intervention on behalf of the United Nations Economic Social Commission for Asia Pacific with regard to the 3 critical challenges: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Many statements during this forum shared a great concern on the increasing impact of climate crisis, highlighting the urgent need to low and zero carbon transformation. We are encouraged by increasing number of countries committing to net zero goals, but current ambitions set out in NDCs are significantly behind the level that we need to reach the Paris Agreement target. There is an urgent call on halting and reversing ecosystem degradation that pose a serious threat to biodiversity and human well-being, as well as mitigation of climate change. Marine and coastal ecosystems are also heavily impacted by pollution, including plastic waste, habitat destruction, and invasive species. The forum highlighted the mounting impacts of air pollution as the greatest threat to public health in Asia Pacific. Nearly 90% of the population of the region regularly breathe air that is not safe for our health. Excellencies, in this regard, I would like to bring your attention to climate action resolution that member states adopted at the ESCAP Commission session this May. The resolution calls on urgent action to combat climate change through regional partnership to facilitate voluntary information sharing, policy dialogue, and technical cooperation. ESCAP stands ready to work with the governments and stakeholders to strengthen regional partnership. For biodiversity conservation, we have a great opportunity for building synergies with tackling other environmental challenges through nature-based solutions, which is increasingly recognized as a key approach to deliver a wide range of benefit for people and synergies for addressing climate and environmental challenges. ESCAP looks forward to working with our members to develop effective policies and practices to effectively implement the nature-based solutions. Regarding air pollution, we are actively developing our work for regional action program on air pollution, which is the first regional action plan negotiated and adopted by our member state. We seek active participation and collaboration of our member state and also enhance the regional cooperation through a new UNEP resolution on air quality. ESCAP closely work with the UNEP for strengthening our regional platforms and cooperation. We look forward to collaborating with the governments and stakeholders. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And let's move on to Workers' Trade Union.
Thank you, Chair. I'm from the International Trade Union Confederation, Asia Pacific, also representing workers and trade unions in the Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism. I will be delivering the following key messages on behalf of the major groups and other stakeholders. At the midpoint of the Agenda 2030, it is clear that SDGs remain a promise belied. We are concerned that despite some efforts, we are still shackled by multiple structural or systemic barriers and a fractured multilateralism. Therefore, we urge the governments in the region and beyond to focus on the drivers of poverty, inequality, patriarchy, and marginalization, besides the triple planetary crisis, in order to resolve them through ambitious political solutions and a strengthened cooperative multilateralism committed to transformational changes. Prosperity in the global north remains partly financed by the exploitation of natural and human resources in the global south. There is a need to devise an adequate accounting and governance system to remedy this situation and to ensure that the benefits and impacts are shared equitably across a planet characterized by ever-shrinking spaces. Member states must advance good governance with increased accountability and transparency and remove anti-people policies to protect natural resources. The need to address environmental well-being hand in hand with human development cannot be a step that comes after certain human development indicators are achieved. This also cannot be done without pro-poor and just policies that address inequality and discrimination. Member states should put up strong national biodiversity strategy and action plans aligned with a global biodiversity framework. They must ensure that the pledged financial support to developing countries and biodiversity hotspots start flowing by 2024. Solutions cannot only be technological fixes. Localized implementation is also needed with adequate resources, better harmonization of needs and definitions, life cycle management, strong law enforcement, and increased research capacity. It is necessary to support participatory and community action research for evidence-based solutions. We would like to reiterate the importance of people's meaningful participation in environmental governance. Just transition has been mentioned in the discussion as well as in the draft ministerial declaration. However, for us trade unions, where the concept of just transition originated, such references to just transition have been silent on the key principles that ensure that no worker is left behind in the process. A labor rights approach is a crucial ingredient of all policies and projects branded as just transition. Without respect for fundamental labor rights, including freedom of association and collective bargaining, no policy or project deserves to be labeled as just transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To hear the last statement, I would like to call upon children and youth. Representative.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Excellencies, major groups, stakeholders, and fellow youth advocates, my name is Kong Tanang from Vietnam, representing Children and Youth Major Group. I am honored to represent the voices of children and youth in the Asia-Pacific regions in this important multi-stakeholder dialogue. Our generation is not just the future, we are the present. It is our planet, our environment, and our future that are at stake in the face of the triple planetary crisis. Firstly, it is imperative to recognize that the realizations of both global and national environmental goals cannot be pursued in isolations. As a result, we urge governments to accelerate and synergize their respective national plans, including national biodiversity strategies and action plans, NAPs, NDCs, and the action plans in compliance with various multilateral agreements. Secondly, in the case of One Health approach, there is a need of regulating antibiotic residues in effluents of the pharmaceutical industries. This concern not only poses an emerging public health risk, but is also a pressing need, particularly in a region that stands as one of the largest producers and consumers of pharmaceuticals worldwide. Thirdly, on awareness and engagement, one of the biggest challenges that we are facing is raising awareness and engaging young people in environmental issues. Many of our peers are not still unaware of the gravity of the situations and the impact of these crises having on our lives. We urge governments to incorporate inclusive and practical environmental education in national curriculum. Children and young people are spearheading effective solutions. Therefore, we call on governments and to partner with us to tackle the triple planetary crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, esteemed delegates, for your inputs and insights on this agenda. I was listening to all your valuable remarks and statements very carefully. After listening to all your esteemed personal inputs, insights, opinions, challenges, and constraints brought up in this forum, I can safely say one thing, that we are all in the same boat. We all expressed in a different terminology, in a different way, but at the end expressed the same thing, what we need and what all the countries are going through. For that, we need to work hand in hand. We need to work very closely. We need to take this forum forward and take this message forward and find a solution in order to preserve the earth for our future generations. With that note, let me thank every one of you who have made whatever the contributions, and particularly thank the panelists who are here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, may I take the podium for a couple of announcements, please? Yeah, thank you. There are two announcements, ladies and gentlemen. Announcement one, the evening tea is arranged at the Lotus Room in first floor. Distinguished delegates are kindly invited to help yourself to tea. Announcement two, this is a gentle reminder that the side event Climate Justice Forum will be held at the Lotus Room soon after this ministerial segment. Thank you.
So now let's move on to agenda item 8. That is presentation of chair summary of the senior officials report and draft outcome of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. I shall call on the chair of the Senior Officials Meeting Bureau to briefly introduce the chair's summary of the senior officials report. Over to you. Okay. Please go ahead, please.
Honorable Mr. Chairman, esteemed delegates, all protocols observed. On behalf of the Senior Officials Bureau, Meeting Bureau, I present the report and draft outcomes of the Senior Officials Meeting at the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities, which was held yesterday, October 4th, 2023. The session was presided over by Dr. Anil Jasinke, as the chair of the Senior Officials Bureau of the 4th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific. The elected bureau comprised of the re-election of the chairman, Dr. Anil Jasinke, the Ministry of Environment, Sri Lanka, and the vice chairs, comprising of Ms. Bhakava Pisame, the Director General from the Department of Planning and Finance for the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment from Laos, PDR, and myself, Moira Falitutulu, from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment from Samoa. I present a summary of the key issues that were raised under the review of the implementation of the resolutions of the United Nations Assembly in Asia and the Pacific. The Bureau for the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution provided an update on the work of the committee and plans going forward. On the progress of implementation, updates were noted for several resolutions, which includes Resolution 2/4, the roles, functions, and modalities for UNEP implementation of the Samoa Pathway as a means of facilitating achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Several capacity building initiatives were undertaken to address the key data gaps, environmental monitoring, assessments. A call was also made for increased support for this initiative, commending the partnership support of UNEP and SPREP. On Resolution 5/14, to end plastic pollution towards an international legally binding instrument, the meeting welcomed the progress of the INC and highlighted principles to be considered, including the issue of common but differentiated responsibilities, discussions to be guided by the Rio Declaration, adequate financial and capacity development support, critical voluntary national actions, affordable approaches to address pollution and increase engagement of the private sector. A number of national initiatives were also highlighted, which combat plastic and other pollutions, including biocircular approaches, regulations and control measures, monitoring systems, sustainable management of chemicals and waste, mineral and metals pollution reduction. For Resolution 4/21 on sand and dust storms, the meeting noted the Tehran Declaration as an outcome of the International Conference on Combating Sand and Dust Storms, proposing concrete action, and allowed for sharing knowledge and best practices. On Resolution 5/4 on Sustainable Lake Management, Japan's capacity building program for developing countries was also noted. On Resolution 3/8, Preventing and Reducing Air Pollution to Improve Air Quality Globally, it was noted the importance of addressing transboundary air pollution issues through regional mechanisms such as the Northeast Asia Clean Air Partnership and adoption of Regional Action Plan on Air Pollution by UNESCO Committee on Environment and Development. On Resolution 5/5 on nature-based solutions for supporting sustainable development, it was noted the definition of the term and integration of nature-based solutions in the discussions and outcomes of the UNFCCC COP27 and the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The NPS best practices and research have also been undertaken nationally to include the concept in NPSAP reviews. For Resolution 4/14 and 5/2 on sustainable nitrogen management, countries noted the relevance of this resolution to the region. The Colombo Declaration on Sustainable Nitrogen Management with ambition to halve nitrogen waste to reduce nutrient pollution. The progress of the Colombo Declaration will be reported to UNEP 6. On the processes and mechanisms for promoting Asia-Pacific priorities at UNEP 6, it was noted that the 3 meetings that will be held, the 10th Annual Subcommittee in November 2023, the preparatory meeting for UNEP 6, the 6th meeting of the Open-Ended Committee of Permanent Representatives and a UNEP 6 meeting in Nairobi in February 26 to March 1st, 2024. On the regional inputs to the 6th UNEP outcome, it was noted that there should be a need to formulate strong and binding legal agreements which complement and strengthen existing MEAs, avoid duplication of existing efforts but address gaps, synergistic approaches needed to address the triple planetary crisis in an integrated manner with a need to develop methodologies and identifying synergistic actions. Also be guided by founding principles of the Rio Conventions. A circular economy approach was noted as essential, and to focus strongly on the UNEP 6th theme and remain succinct to ensure accessibility. Also note the efforts of developing countries for climate action should be backed by adequate financing through multilateral funding. Also noted the issue of domestic capacity to effectively absorb additional resources and requires capacity building support, and to scale up actions to address biodiversity loss caused through the implementing of the Montreal GPF to be prioritized. Also important for developing countries is access benefit sharing for genetic resources. Therefore, technologies facilities should be strengthened. There's need to be noted is insufficient access to finance and technology to support MEAs. There is need to strengthen private and public sector collaboration. For the draft resolutions for the 6th United Nations Environment Assembly, Japan presented a draft resolution on promoting synergistic approaches to address the triple planetary crisis on climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and support sustainable development, and to scale up synergies to address the SDGs and methodologies to promote synergies. Therefore, calls on UNEP to prepare an assessment report on actions to promote synergistic actions. Sri Lanka presented a draft resolution on effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral actions towards climate justice, and it seeks to promote the establishment of the Climate Justice Forum, to promote climate justice awareness and advocacy, and promote sustainable management of ancient and traditionally managed ecosystems that also provides insights into natural resources management. For Nepal, they presented a draft resolution concept on Hindu Kush Himalayas to address snowmelt and environmental damage caused by climate change, which challenges livelihoods. Therefore, it is an urgent call to conserve this fragile ecosystem. In India, they considered a UNEP 6 resolution on sustainable lifestyles in line with discussions and commitments on this issue by the G20. Fiji indicated support for Japan's resolution and a potential resolution from the Pacific. On the roadmap for the finalization of the UNEP 6 resolution, Course members were informed of the process to submit draft resolutions, including timelines. On the draft ministerial outcome of the UNEP 6, there was emphasis on focus around inclusion of achieving the Kunming-Montreal GPF and the SDGs, Hindu Kush Himalaya region as a fragile ecosystem, Blue Pacific finance while noting several environmental challenges, climate finance shortfalls, plastic pollution, sand and dust storms, and ensure a balanced declaration with more to be done. On inputs from major groups and stakeholders forum, key recommendations included ensuring that people and communities' rights are at the core and center of multilateral actions. There is meaningful participation and involvement of civil society organizations in environmental governance. Ensure inclusiveness of science policy interface processes. UNEP was also requested for an assessment report on human and animal health intersections, the elimination of fossil fuel subsidies, and need for incentives and strengthening carbon pricing. There's also a need for creating financing solutions for green infrastructure, customized approaches to the circular economy, harnessing the power of artificial intelligence and big data to increase efficiency of decision-making and functioning of economic enterprises. There is a call for members to put forth a resolution dedicated to meaningful engagement of children and youth and in the decision-making processes on the environment, and also ensure the protection of environmental human rights defenders, democratize the access rights of participation to information and to justice, and procedures on environmental aspects of minerals and metals to prioritize addressing the violation of human rights of children and child laborers in mining activities. From the Asia Pacific Regional Youth Environment Forum, environmental objectives to include timelines was recommended. And also, the energy transition requires constructive dialogue among all stakeholders, as well as seeking legally binding instruments on plastic pollution while upholding human rights. Also recommended green jobs for Youth Pact and the Youth Environment Assembly. The forum also heard inputs from ASIMOD, SPREP, IHS, FAO, and WWF. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senior Official Bureau Member, for sharing the comprehensive summary of the Senior Official Report. With that, before I called for tea break, there was a sudden break from China's internet connections. So they've requested to continue that. And with that note, we will go for tea break. Now I call upon China to complete the report, please. Complete the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I did not realize there's a 3 minutes limit. Sorry for that. I think I have covered most of my interventions. The last point I want to make is the robust and effective measures for the CBF implementation. We are calling upon each member country to start its implementation as soon as possible. Countries should set targets corresponding to the GBF global goals at all levels and push forward its implementation. And China is considering launching a joint initiative on CBF implementation with the aim of seeking solutions through understanding the challenges and problems and listening to the views of all parties in order to inject new impetus to the global biodiversity program. I'm saying this because we are welcoming all the parties and international organizations to join us for the new initiative. And my last point is we would call upon the Asia Pacific countries to strengthen solidarity, increase political mutual trust, firmly implement UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, and we will also promote to the implementation of GBF and push forward together to the adoption of a science-based and fair global convention on plastic pollutions. Looking ahead to the UNEP 6 in 2024, China is ready to join you to work together towards fruitful outcomes of the conference by practicing multilateralism and deepening regional cooperation. That is all from me. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, to giving me the second chance to complete my interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you. And just before closing for tea break, I invite ministers and heads of delegations to take note of the key elements of the report of the senior officials meeting, which was presented just before. And it was circulated yesterday. So take note of it. And with that, we would announce the tea break time. That is about an hour. In the chair summary. In the meantime, the Secretariat will prepare the chair's summary, and thereafter I will share that with you all. Thank you.
24 hours. We're just uploading it so easy. We'll be able to provide input. You want us to go to we have better to see and tell us yes, go ahead. Please. Any issue anywhere. मैं अभी कर रहा हूँ और जैसे हाँ बोलेंगे मेल भी कर देंगे ठीक है
That's fine. Okay. Everything is here. Everything is noted.
These are the only changes that I make. So I note that 30% of Palau, not global. Otherwise, they'll say this is not correct. So only 30% of Palau were concerned about. Further commitments were needed globally. And that's already okay. Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So his perspective then would not be reflected in the statement. Yeah, so he needs to submit within 24 hours.
Yeah.
Whatever he says, we can submit it. We are giving 24 hours. No, he said he doesn't want any. Oh, okay. No, he said since he has done, he wants to add. Okay. Understood, but it would have been nice if you said it earlier, so it's reflected in the... Yeah. Problem.
Tell others that we are waiting for them.
Good evening. Just an announcement to make here that while we are waiting for the report to be finalized, and there is a request from Tuvalu Minister. For some reason, we have been missed out, and he could not make his request earlier. But of course, we consider his request, and I'll ask him to go ahead and make his statement. Of course, this will not be reported in the report summary, but of course, within 24 hours, there is time will be given 24 hours time frame so that he could submit it if anything to be recorded within that period of time. Thank you.
Chairman, first of all, I would like to apologize for the late intervention, my late intervention. Chairperson, the United Nations Assistant Secretary, UNEP, respective ministers, youth, our crop agencies, the people of Sri Lanka, the past, present, and future leaders. Mr. Chairman, I today observed our discussion with so many unique problems that we have, and it's not new to Tuvalu. I think my notion today, Mr. Chairman, is that how can we be included in this forum? What I know today, and this is, of course, when I met you today, I felt that there is a misunderstanding between the Asian Pacific. In this notion, Mr. Chairman, when I presented to you where I come from, you don't even have a clue where I come from, with all due respect. And this is really affect my vision. How can I reach my voice to the UN or other global arena? Mr. Chairman, today, as we speak today, my country is literally drowning. All the problems that we have, plastic pollution, water shortage, food shortage, ocean, everything. I think, Mr. Chairman, in the near future there will be no problem. We won't have any problem with that. Why? Because we will be already submerged underwater. Now, my point there, Mr. Chairman, if we are all serious about this climate change effect, do I really have to be in this forum? Or do I have to look for other alternatives? Mr. Chairman, I must condemn your leadership and your understanding, along with your Vice Chairman. But this is from my heart. It's not from a textbook or from a recorded intervention. No. Mr. Chairman, if we are really serious about this, give me time to make a decision. You will notice that I also have an office in the UN. The clear vision of the UN, they have 5 very clear visions. They have security, development, and one of them is climate change. How many more times do we have to ask? Or to raise our voice? I think it's about time that we have to reconsider our decisions and work our way forward for survival. Yes, in the past decades, our Prime Minister has been very vocal on this. But, Mr. Chairman, even though it won't be recorded as part of the resolution that we have agreed upon this time. But I am speaking to you in person as the chairman. You are my chairman. You are our chairman. My request is on your hand, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for this opportunity. After.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now, I would like to inform the delegations that the chair's summary of the senior official meeting, UNEP stroke APENV Forum 5/6, and the chair's summary of the ministerial segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific, UNEP stroke APENV Forum 5/7, have been shared with all government delegations. I welcome view on the chair's summary, which can be shared with the Secretariat and myself. I will use my best efforts to incorporate all relevant views you submit to me into the summary. I also propose to give 24 hours to all participating member states to provide their inputs in writing on the chair's summary of the ministerial segment that will be reviewed and reflected in the final versions of the summaries. I shall, therefore, now invite ministers and environment authorities of Asia Pacific to take note of the chair's summary of the senior officials meeting and the chair's summary of the ministerial segment of the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific as our outcome. I ask the Secretariat to reflect Member States' input and to circulate the revised reports. Now, open the floor for any observations or inputs. I hear none. Therefore, I thus have the pleasure to formally announce that the 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific adopted both Chair's summary of the senior officials as well as Chair's summary of the ministerial segment. Yeah. Shall I call? Yeah. Yeah. I would request Excellency Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Mirema to come out to the stage, please. Now we are moving on to agenda 10, item 10, closing session. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are now resuming for agenda item 10 for the closing session. I invite UNEP to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Nasser Ahmed, Minister of Environment, Sri Lanka, the Vice Chairs of the Bureau of the Forum. Congratulations and thank you. Distinguished Excellencies, Ministers, senior officials, delegates, colleagues, and friends. It has been an honor for me to be part of these productive deliberations in the last few days. And I extend my gratitude to all of you for your engagement and commitment to addressing the interdependent environmental crises that we face through strong national action and support to environmental multilateralism. Global cooperation and multilateral action are the only hope to averting the impending catastrophes, signs of which are all around us. It is the bridge between national action and global ambition, a bridge that needs to be reinforced with urgency. The importance of the Asia-Pacific region cannot be overstated for reasons that many of us and many of you have highlighted. And therefore, I thank you, member states, and you, stakeholders, for your active contribution over the last few days. We are really encouraged by the progress made by the Asia-Pacific region in implementing the past UNEP Environment Assembly resolutions, noting that we still have a long way to go, but work in progress is going on. We have taken note of your inputs for the upcoming 6th session of the UN Environment Assembly. We strongly welcome the proposed resolutions on the important issues, including synergistic approaches to address the triple planetary crisis, climate justice, protection of the Hindu Kush Himalayas, sustainable lifestyles, and cascade systems for sustainable management of ancient and traditionally managed ecosystems. The outcome of this forum will be submitted to the UN Environment Assembly, the 6th session. I would like to reiterate that between now and February next year, you will have an opportunity to continue to shape the agenda and the outcomes of the UN Environment Assembly. Your engagement will enable us to jointly deliver on the power of multilateralism for affecting timely, inclusive, science-based solutions to the gravest environmental threats ever faced by people and planet. I also encourage member states to provide further inputs to the UN Environment Assembly's 6th Ministerial Outcome Document on effective, inclusive, and sustainable multilateral action to climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It is my hope that this region will continue to play a leading role in the UN Environment Assembly, more so as the baton will soon be passed on to this region as the UNEP 7 president. I take this opportunity to thank you once again, member states, for the support to UNEP, which we will continue to count on. Member states' guidance is key for shaping the global environmental agenda and for UNEP to play its role as the global authority for the environment. The Committee of Permanent Representatives CPR accreditation is a needed step for active participation in the decisions of the organization as well as its governing bodies. I look forward to accreditation of all the remaining member states from the Asia and Pacific region. Finally, my deepest thanks and appreciation to the government and people of Sri Lanka for hosting this 5th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia and Pacific region. And I conclude with a lovely Sri Lankan greeting, Ayubo One, wishing you all a long life sustained by beautiful, thriving planet, which all of us will ensure it remains beautiful and it continues to thrive for the benefit of us, the people of today, of tomorrow, of our children, of our grandchildren, and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth Meram. And now I notice the Fiji has raised their flag.
Mr. Chairman, congratulations on the hosting of the 5th Ministers and Environment Authorities Forum. The excellent facilitation by the government and the people of Sri Lanka is highly commendable. In regards to the hosting of the 6th Forum of Ministers and Environment Authorities of Asia Pacific, my delegation wishes to indicate our interest to host it in September 2025 in Fiji. We hope to welcome you all in Fiji in 2025.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So, before proceeding further, I would like to draw your kind attention to the remarks made by UNIA's 6th President at the opening regarding the President of UNIA's 7. In this regard, I would like to remind the delegations that the UNIA's 7th Presidency will be coming from the Asia Pacific region. I encourage delegations to start consulting on this matter and liaise with the Asia Pacific Group in Nairobi. With that note, I wish to record my sincere appreciation and thanks to all distinguished delegates representing all member countries, youth representatives, representatives of indigenous communities across the Asia Pacific, officials of all government institutions from Sri Lanka, and representatives of intergovernmental organizations, private sector, and civil society representatives for their active participation in the deliberations of these forum sessions. My special thanks goes to officials from my ministry, senior officials of the UNEP regional office, the media, and the staff of the hotel for working tirelessly to ensure successful conclusion of this 5th Forum of the Ministers and Environment Authorities of the Asia Pacific. Big thank you to you.
Let me deliver the last few announcements for the day. Announcement 1. The government of Sri Lanka kindly reminds that the official sit-down dinner will start 2 hours from now at the Shangri-La Ballroom. Announcement 2. Distinguished delegates, those who confirmed participation for field visits tomorrow are kindly requested to come to Shangri-La lobby by 6:45 hours after an early breakfast. Announcement 3. Shangri-La management kindly requests distinguished delegates to leave the meeting room at your earliest convenience, please, allowing the staff to prepare the venue for the dinner. With that, let me wish you a very pleasant evening in Colombo. Thank you. Aibuan.